You can go ahead if you want to start this portion.
Okay. Call our work session to order. First order of business is interview for the tree board. Patricia, would you come join us? Patricia Hale. Welcome.
Thank you.
Are you?
You got the memo on the flower tops.
Yeah, I noticed you when I came in.
We usually start out by just having you introduce yourself to us, tell us a little about yourself, and then if we have any questions, we'll ask.
Okay. I'm Patricia Hale. I have been a lot of places and done a lot of fun things. And as far as the tree board group is concerned, I'm focused on that and some related things. I grew up in an orchard and had many opportunities to plant, thin, pick, cut, prune, all of those kinds of things. So I grew up in a family that has a lot of conservation of various types. I grew up in Wenatchee, Washington, in the center of the state, and we spent almost every weekend of my life in the woods somewhere in the Northwest, and we played games like, okay, here's part of a needle. What kind of tree is it, and where do you grow, and how big does it get, and all that kind of stuff. Those were the games we played. I mean, it was fun, but it was also a learning thing, much different. We didn't have cell phones then, obviously. I've done a lot of program planning. I'm educated as a teacher. I'm also an administrator, special education, and principal in different schools. And my husband and I have both been interpreters for Oregon State Parks. We've done interpretive programs in the parks and at sites outside of the general park area. But you better know what you're doing with those kinds of things. We were over at Smith Rock and for a couple, 3 years, and heard the stories of, well, there used to be a lot of springs around the Smith Rock area. Well, that's an old caldera, so you've got cracks and fissures and opportunities for those springs. But they said, why aren't they there? Well, the juniper invaded the area. I mean, junipers can be very pretty trees and be pruned to do nice things in yards. But a juniper sends its roots this way and this way. And it literally sucked all the water out of the ground at Smith Rock so that it completely changed the environment. So when you're thinking of trees, you have to look at what's native and what is the ecosystem there, all of that kind of stuff. You also have to think of what's pretty, what do I want it to look like, but in the process, what am I going to create if I heard at the last, I was in the back corner at the last city council meeting, and I heard back in the corner that Parks and Rec wants to plant, maybe is thinking of apple tree or fruit trees. And my first thought is, I have seen so many fruit trees planted in the wrong spot, not taken care of properly, and growing up in an orchard, that doesn't set too well with me. But beyond that, what kind, if the fruit is, if it is, if they aren't taken care of, then you're bringing in insects and birds and a whole lot of other things that maybe you don't want to have in a city park. And fruit trees are very climbable. And what's the liability in a city park of a tree that is easy to climb or that isn't easy to climb and they get stuck up there? Anyway, those are just some of the things. You've got to weigh the goods and the bads and say, okay, how can we minimize the bad stuff and emphasize what trees can offer us in this area and what do we want them to offer in this area. So I've played a lot with trees in my life. I grew trees for Christmas trees until I had a brush fire come through and wipe out all but a couple of them. So I know when things can happen. I worked with our local conservation district when I was teaching before I became an administrator with kindergartens, and they're sponges. They're sponges. And it's so much fun to get to see what they do and how they do it and to help them learn about the world that they live in. And so I love trees, and even before I applied, I have driven around different parts of the city since we moved here, and thought, there's some trees that need to come down in this town, and what can we replant them with? You know, because you want the trees there. That's one of this city's goals, is to be a city of trees. So, but I have some working knowledge, a lot of interest, and what I don't know, I research. And there's a lot that I don't know too. So I've been in and out of this area for lots of years. I retired from Ocean Beach School District out of Ilwaca. And we have traveled the country in our RV. We just pulled up stakes and did that. So, and I have spent exorbitant amounts of time watering trees by hand when I didn't have an irrigation system yet, and I wasn't gonna let the trees that I had just planted. I planted a bunch of trees one year or two we had 3 acres, and half of it was mostly ponderosa pine. And so I wanted to put some trees on the other half. So I got native trees, and a couple that weren't native, but were native as far as the climate goes. They just hadn't been introduced yet, but they weren't gonna harm anything. And I figured, okay, I can water these trees for a couple or 3 weeks by hand, give them their start, and then they'll be fine. Well, that was an exceptionally hot summer. And I ended up watering these trees by hand every day until about the 1st of September, when I absolutely couldn't go out there anymore. Then I got smart and got hoses and sprinklers and strung them all over the last acre and a half. So
Sounds like you have quite a background, yes.
I have a lot of interest too.
Anybody have any questions?
So you visited a lot, and I see you've been living here 7 months?
Yes.
But plan to be here for a while?
I told my husband he was not moving me again unless it was to the morgue. And he agreed with that. So,
Good.
God willing, we'll be here for 20 years anyway.
Well, it sounds like you have the kind of background that might fill in where others don't quite have the same experiences. And I was thinking, given your education background, that maybe the parks or the tree board could put together a document with recommendations and justifications for guidance for future board members. Because you want to know why you're doing a Sitka spruce or a hemlock or cedar or something else, you can look it up as to, it would be kind of, it's not quite the same kind of action on the ground, but it is preparing the ground for further action down the road.
I think that's a
Tree
good
board
plan.
is working on that.
I
Already
think-
do.
Well, it's one of their projects that was on the last agenda, I think.
It is
They're
one of those.
starting to talk about it, yeah.
I think that's a neat idea. Another, route to, besides the digging down, you also have to think of the overhead stuff. And I have seen, power companies that have, made suggestions based on some of those same things, depending on where the power lines are.
Well, it just happens to be another project they're working on. DPNL is working on something over at the museum that will involve the tree board mainly. The museum a little bit, but mainly the tree board and BPNL. Okay, well, we need to move on to the rest of our agenda. We'll be discussing this tonight at our council meeting, and we'll let you know what we decide.
Yes, thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome to hang around if you're just a glutton for figuring out what's going on here.
Well, I'd like to, but, I think I will go home this trip and,
You're always
so
watching
I may-
online, yeah.
I may stop by later on or
Okay.
something.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, it looks like I turn it over to Josh. No?
I'm just here because I want a front row seat.
Ah, okay. All
I
right,
know, bro,
Mr.
I'm
City
having
Manager.
technical difficulties. My notes on my phone, so. John, do you want to bring in our consultants? They're there, so. Okay. Last time we met, we got some feedback from the council on the logos. And so since then, we further engaged with our consultants to further refine the logos that they had created based on council feedback and then also staff feedback. And I will say, since that meeting, Josh, John, and I met, and one of the things that we thought about, coming from the council's feedback was that we were probably dedicating too much space on the logo to things that could be seen as generic to any city. Sky and sun, which was half the logo. And so one of the items of feedback we gave to our consultants was to put more of things that are unique to Seaside or things that we would say our branding kind of owns in there. And so they have done a great job. All three of us were impressed with what they've come back with. And any one of the options they're going to present tonight are ones that we would sign off on, and I think they've done a good job. But there are some choices in terms of perspectives and logo design and color scheme that we want the council to provide feedback on. So a couple of things to kick us off. Just as a couple of reminders that we want to make. One is they did make a good faith effort to include early on a depiction of the turnaround. And there was not a way to do it that wasn't, it was either too detailed to work well as a logo or kind of an artistic rendering of it. It was difficult to understand what it was when you take some of the detail out. Second, and this is a request from our consultants, is this is draft work from them, and so there's a request to not necessarily go out and publish their draft work until the work's done from the design team. And then just my own reminder that this is an artistic rendering, not a picture of our seascape or our landscape or what have you. So keep in mind that there has been artistic license taken in the design, and that's on purpose from a design point of view.
And can we just revisit why we're doing this? That the purpose of the
the rebranding, the purpose of a new logo is representing Seaside as a city from the business perspective. So this is going to go on our city stationery. It's going to be on whatever we want to be the official from the city, as opposed to, this isn't about tourism. This is about our business. How do we want people to perceive us from this as a city and business entity? Is that what we're all
Yes.
in agreement on?
The official city seal.
Yes, thank you.
But I think, and the other thing to keep in mind, I'm sure a consultant will talk about this, is it's part of an overall branding. And the idea of branding is to develop trust. So it's not necessarily that you see the logo and think specifically on the Seaside, but you'll notice it here or there, and that should give a certain amount of trust that this is coming from the city and not through some other party affiliated with, in the city, but this is a city. And so there should be content on there that is consistent with other published documents, including things from our convention center and visitors bureau. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our consultants and kind of let them lead this discussion. Is this Holly or Danny?
Oh, we can't hear you.
Volume's on. Danny, are you able to speak?
I can speak. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we
hear
can hear
you.
you.
Was working earlier. Here she's trying again.
Can you guys hear me
Yes.
now?
Barely.
Oh, wonderful. Good, barely. Okay, I will speak up. Is that better? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Technology working. Oh, I just heard a loud noise. Was that on your guys' end?
Yes.
We're good? Okay, great. Thank you for that introduction, Kyle. John, can you allow us to share the screen? Danny is going to share the PDF.
Danny's going to share it.
Yeah. So nice to see you all again. And thank you, Kyle, for that introduction. Appreciated those comments. We have done quite a bit of work since the last meeting, and we're excited to show you where we are as of today and look forward to hearing your feedback. Danny, you can go to the next slide. I appreciated what Kyle said, and also what the councilwoman asked the question, what is the purpose of this exercise? And yes, indeed, it is to develop an updated brand for the city of Seaside. This is a brand that will be seen on the city's behalf, whether it's, a water bill or your website or maybe your Facebook page. But more than that, it's going to show you as a modern professional organization. And when the community sees that, hey, look, the convention center is in the same family of branding as the signage on the way into town, as some of the T-shirts I'm seeing in the shops, and some of the advertising I'm seeing to visitors and the visitor guide. When all that is aligned, that shows a city that really has its act together and is a professional, kind of forward-thinking organization, because their brand is aligned. And each brand tells the story in a little bit different way, one more whimsical, one more straightforward and serious, but it's all coming from the same wonderful place. So the animated discussion we had last time was about the visuals in the logo. And you can go ahead to the next slide, Danny. And I think the biggest discussion we had was about Tillamook Head. So you're going to see we've done a really good study of Tillamook Head. So here is you're seeing the tourism logo on the left, the convention center logo in the middle, and then our City of Seaside seal on the right. And then go to the next sign, you see the city entrance signs and some other context of the convention center on that next slide. So I'm just trying to remind you the kind of the world we're living in and trying to create this one aligned brand across the different audiences, if you will. So now I'm going to hand it over to Danny to talk about the studying we did of Tillamook Head and other elements, and how everybody has a different perspective depending on where you're standing on the prom. It was actually kind of an interesting exercise to do, to see how one geographical aspect of a landscape can look different from various angles. So go ahead, Danny, take it away.
All right, so the first thing I did was tackle, oh, hold on here. Well, this was a reminder of where we started. This was the original one that we showed, that we decided, let's take the sun out of the picture, try to fill the space with ownable elements like Spencer was talking about earlier. And just a reminder, this is how the final will kind of look. It's going to have this distressed kind of thing, so it aligns with the convention center and the tourism. So the proposed changes that we talked about was to redraw Tillamook Head. I'm going to show multiple versions. Remove the sun. We'll use the main color of the logo is going to be black, not gray. We'll give you a gray option for when it is used in conjunction with the other Seaside brands, so it looks cohesive. We'll look at some different colors for the water and try a lighter color for the sand. And once we decide on the final design, then I'll go back and do a black and white version. So those are all the things that we're going to address, most of those today, if not, and all eventually. So Tillamook Head, that's the first thing I tackled. So this is the news release form that you guys are currently using. I believe there were a few council members who liked this version of Tillamook Head. So what I did is I literally, you can see in pink that I traced it. You can see on the right-hand side in gray, that's what it looks like by itself. So that's an exact tracing of what is in that illustration. So that was tracing number one, and I'll give you an overview at the end of all of them together so that you can kind of see all the different forms of it. This is tracing number two. It was from an image called Inset that I believe John or Josh sent to us. So there's the trace in the pink, and I'm putting it in yellow over on the right. Here's tracing number three, and this is a little bit north of the turnaround. You can see the turnaround there. It's got a little bit wider shot of it, but I don't think we need to go quite that far. So that's in pink, and then in black, you'll see that's what it would look like, final product. So here they all are. The top left one in green is the original one that is being used in the Seaside marketing. The gray one from the press release, the yellow from the inset image from the turnaround perspective, and then the black one, that last one, just north of that perspective. So you can see they're all just slightly different. And here is how they all look when stacked up on top of each other. So I think basically what we need to do is kind of figure out which one of these feels like the right one for the city to use.
So I'll step in, Danny. It feels a little bit like, well, we've got 3 questions to answer tonight, and this is one of them, is there a preference for one of these perspectives on Tillamook Head? Next one will be some different logo layout designs, and the last one will be some color schemes. And so I think this would be good to have some discussion. Is there a strong preference? I think there were some that we as staff preferred over others, but I think any one of these could work. So it's really just a matter of is there a perspective here that this council prefers?
I like the yellow and I like the black more than the others.
Mainly because they're actually from photos. So we know that's exactly what it looks like. I always wondered about the real slope going up because that's not how it looks.
Well, it does look like that if you get more north of the turnaround.
Quite a way,
does.
yeah.
That's what it looks like from my house too.
I sort of like gray.
I like the
But
gray.
I'm not gonna get stuck on really the actual shape. It's more the juxtaposition of everything else that's gonna be in the logo. How that, because if you stick a great big sun up there, it makes the Tillamook look like this little piece of it.
So there's no sun.
No, I think that's part of what
Yeah.
was creating that
Sure.
perspective.
The reason I prefer gray is because it looks the most unique. The others look like any hill you'd see anywhere, looking anywhere around town. It's kind of like if you looked at Haystack Rock, there's 20 different angles you can shoot Haystack Rock, but there's one angle that probably looks the best. In my opinion, that looks the most unique.
I like the gray as well. There's more contrast in the shape
Yes.
than just a
hill.
Yep.
So I heard one perspective for black or yellow, a couple people nodding their heads on gray. Is there a consensus? Like I said, from the staff perspective, any of these could work, so it really is just what the council wants. Mayor, Steve?
I like it. Looks good, all of them.
These are the tough decisions you were elected to make.
That's right.
Mary?
We could also, sorry to interrupt, this is Holly. We could also keep moving forward with the layouts and then come back
Sure, that's a good idea.
Let's
to
do
make
that.
the final decision.
It sounds like there is some preference towards the gray, but we'll keep that in mind and move to the next part.
Well, I just say partly the gray is because that's what we've always used. That's really what this is right here, if you look at it.
Well, actually, that is different from the one on like the press releases where it's the logo and the letterhead are two different designs. And so this is the one off the press release, not the old seal.
But they still have that same, the
Same
highest
shape.
point is.
Kind of
yeah.
the
Gotcha.
graduated, yeah.
A little more of a, almost like a ramp
Yeah.
Yeah.
feel to it. Okay. All right, Danny, let's go to the next slide. And the next one.
All right. So in these, just so you know, here's the original, just to remind you. But I just picked one and put it in there. And I believe it's actually the gray one that is the placeholder. I didn't want to try to give you like every iteration. I figured once we picked Tillamook Head, we'll put the right one in, but this will give you an idea of how things will balance in scale and positioning, at least. So this is option one. And this is just basically, I changed where the lamppost is. So it was on the left-hand side. Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say the other big change, if you go back, that I didn't realize, actually stay on this one for a second. I didn't realize that as you're looking through the prom wall or railing, that was the beach behind it. I think that's because of the color of the yellow that was used and the lack of sand on the other side of the railing. And so that was one of the things I appreciated. In the next slide, if you want to go forward one, Danny, is
Yes.
it's more obviously that's a beach view than something before. And I also think that the other thing here to point out is we've made the lamppost more prominent, which I think does something to, again, put the emphasis on things that are particular, unique to Seaside, something that kind of we own.
Yeah, that's what I love about this one is that it's got your lamppost, it's got Tillamook Head, and it's got the prom wall, and those are like your three big, most ownable elements of location and where you're at. And I think that's kind of the most important elements. So I tried to focus on those as much as possible, just in different ways. And again, with this, we'll add the kind of distressed look to it once it's totally done. This is kind of just our first draft so that we can get the position and the form right. So this is option 1. Option 2, and I put the photo behind just so you can see where I was basing the position of things off of. This is increasing the size of Tillamook Head. You can see that's not dead on, but I wanted to fill that space because if it gets smaller there, then you have a tiny strip of ocean, a lot of sand, and the prom wall kind of receding into the background. Obviously, I had to shrink the lamppost because that would be insane to have it. It would be giant and look really strange. So this is what that would look like without the photo. But that was the photo reference. I wanted to show where that came from. So that's option 2, and I'll get to a page that has all of them on it so we can compare, but I wanted to walk you through each individually. Here's option 3, another photo that I think Josh sent us, or John, sorry, I can't remember which one of you sent the photos. And this is traced, but I moved Tillamook Head upwards so it looked, you could get more of an angle of what's behind the prom wall because it kind of cuts off the beach there. But you'll see the prom wall is highlighted, and Tillamook Head gets a little bit bigger and just kind of lifted up. So that's how that looks without the photo behind it. And so those are all the options, the original in the top right. So you can kind of compare how the prom wall looks, the angles and the perspectives. So options 1 and 2 are kind of north, and option 3 is more towards the turnaround, or from the turnaround is what it would actually be, standing at the turnaround.
I don't mean to get in the weeds too much, but was there an intent to have the ocean line be a straight line as opposed to some sort of I'm going to call it an undulated line that is sort of more realistic to how it arrives on the beach?
If we start adding curves in there, first off, it starts drawing your eye away from the other things, which I think it takes away Tillamook Head focus. It kind of makes you wonder as a landscape, it is distracting. And so, yeah, I wanted to kind of stay true to the photos because in the photos, when the tide comes up, yes, they're undulating, but it's so thin and it doesn't create that kind of sharper color of, stripe of color. Like if you're standing back, you don't see as much of it becomes wet sand is basically, rather than an ocean kind of a view of it. So it was more about showing the landscape rather than the details in the landscape, if that makes sense. I'm sorry if I'm not explaining that thoroughly.
I understand. I'm thinking I kind of prefer option 2 because of the prominence of the lamp and because of the way the ocean sort of peters out and gives me the sense of the cove.
I sort of like option 2, but I wonder what it would look like with the larger Tillamook Head from 3 that was in it.
I like option 2, and I think I like the size of Tillamook Head.
Just thinking of all the white.
One thing, Randy, you'll also notice though, is by making Tillamook Head larger, we've got to make the lamppost smaller. That's one difference between 3 and 4.
Seems like there's
when you make
white space on option 2 though that's dead. To Randy's point, you might be able to increase that a little bit. I would say option 2 looks the most realistic. If you look at it compared to the original, it doesn't look anything like what Tillamook Head does. Option 2 actually gives me the look of what it really looks like if you were to look out there. It doesn't feel like it's floating the way they did it.
Yeah. And the prom is moving in the right direction.
Yes.
Number 3, you'll never see this view.
Unless you're standing in the turnaround, so.
No, you'd have to be way down, I think.
No, they showed us a picture of that.
By the
Oh, yeah,
statue.
because it's curved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
But
like
this is you're more likely to see too, as you're walking down the prom. That's what you're more likely to see.
I like option 2 because it gives a bit of a feel of motion.
Yes.
You know, like you're walking down the prom.
Uh-huh.
I will say about option or all the options is the color of Tillamook Head is not doing it for me.
We're gonna come to color options in the next thing. So there's Tillamook Head, which of these logo designs, and then what kind of color scheme?
Just a little bit back to what Tito was talking about. If I look at the line where Tillamook Head meets the ocean, option 3, it looks like it's a bit of a jagged or not quite straight line there, and I like that. I think it gives to that distressed look that we're talking about adding to it, and I just wonder if that doesn't help with that beach line by adding just a little bit of that distressed feel by having a little bit of a not ruler straight line.
I think the reason you see that is because it's enlarged, because as I'm looking, I can see the little quirk that goes in and comes out. But because Tillamook Head's bigger here, you're more likely to see that little.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is, because those are the same Tillamook Heads that I used in all of these.
Right.
So it's really about the enlargement. And once I do distress it, the edges will become a little fuzzier, so it won't be so ruler sharp.
Great.
And I can with intention add a little bit more of that in certain areas to make sure that we get a little more undulation at the sea line and stuff like that, so it feels a little more natural.
I'm happy with number 2 as well. It to me gives more, I hate to say this, prominence to the prom because of the idea of distance that is not in the other ones.
Yes.
So you can tell it's the beach.
You can tell it's the beach, you can tell it's the prom. The prom is not just the lampposts.
Right.
One thing I do like about number 2 as well.
I think that's the consensus.
Yep.
Danny, do you want to move on to color?
Sure. I was going to say one thing I like about number 2 as well is that it gives you kind of a vastness to the beach. Like it feels larger and like it's expansive. So it feels like you're going to see more when you come, So here's the color. What we have done is scaled back that sand color so that it wasn't as dark and yellowy looking. And I've explored a couple different blue options. Tillamook Head in the center one is darker. I didn't want to go really, really blue because it started being jarring and feeling not natural. I tried sampling some from photos and it became too kind of purpley. So I wanted to keep it in this kind of warmer tone that feels like it fits in. So I've shown you the palette underneath of each of these and just kind of what we're using in there.
Danny, to be clear, you've expanded the palette from what it was with the other logos, but still in the same family, if you will. And so right now we're trying to walk the line of, on one end is consistent with the palette of colors from our other logos. The other end is realism, and the goal here is something in the middle that isn't to one end or the other, but looks consistent and maybe the most realistic with keeping the consistency between the colors. Am I saying that right, do you think?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, so an artistic feel that also feels somewhat authentic to your place.
I like the middle one best.
Me too.
It's just hard for me to look at Tillamook Head and not have the
Have
evergreen,
it green.
because you can't really distinguish what it is from the ocean if you were just to glance at that. It just looks kind of like a turquoise blob.
And again, that isn't the logo that we chose. This is one of the other ones. So
Talking
that-
strictly the
Yeah,
colors.
strictly the
So I
colors,
think, so I
though.
think that,
We're
but
used to
the
looking
mix
at-
of space would be
Yeah,
a little different.
we're used to seeing an
Dark
evergreen
green,
color,
yeah.
kind of
That
color.
green is not in our palette.
Nope.
But does it really matter?
I don't think it matters on the logo.
In 1975, I made myself a pipo board, and I painted this image on it. So I'm already biased. I can't undo it. But I like the middle one the most of all.
Danny,
I like the
Danny,
green.
do you wanna comment on that, so if we were to go for just Tillamook Head in a more realistic forest green or evergreen green or something like that, tell us how it would work with these logos and how it would work with the other logos. Just kind of give us
Yeah.
your professional comments on that. That's outside of
For
mine.
that, let me backtrack up and go to the other logos here, just so you can see
Mhm.
the palette and how I'm kind of veering from that to give the city a more natural feel, but still stay in the same family. Like, obviously the tourism logo is bright, poppy, fun colors. Forest green does not fit in with. The convention center wanted a kind of softer feel and water and sand kind of a feel to it. So this was kind of where we went with it. So this is why I chose those colors for your mark in the first place, is because of those waves in the sand at the top. Because I was portraying those things. So I thought we could go with those two colorways of the blue, green, teal, turquoise, whatever you want to call it, and then the sand. So yeah, putting forest green in, because it's such a dark, moody color, to be honest, it doesn't feel it feels serious, which is great, but it doesn't feel like it's gonna fit in as much, and that's why I was staying with these others that were more. I think the seriousness kind of comes from the black. It makes it really stand out and pop, but I didn't want to go darker. And if you look at the one on the right, that's a more blue kind of tone for the water. If I put the darker color of Tillamook Head in, like the councilman was pointing out, it becomes Tillamook Head and the water becomes indistinguishable because they're similar tones. So we need the contrast in there. But if you go dark with Tillamook Head, it starts becoming this looming kind of a shape and kind of a dark cloud over Seaside, so that's why I kept it light rather than the water being a lighter shade, if that makes any sense. I'm not sure if that answered what you're asking exactly.
I'm not sure.
Oh, sorry, my watch is answering me.
Are we signing off on this tonight?
I hope we get general direction, and if there's any tweaks, we can look at it.
I would just like to see it in forest green, and then we can make a decision. It doesn't have to be a final, but I'd just like to at least see it.
So,
I understand all
maybe-
those concepts. Hold on. I understand all the concepts, and I personally like the blue of the far right better. And the blue of the water. I like that blue better for the ocean. But I would also like to see a more realistic, I guess, green to Tillamook Head. And while I totally understand the concept of this being a coordinated effect, I also look at, this is our business side, and it doesn't have to always look like our play side.
We shouldn't make the blue of the ocean look like the Caribbean.
Yeah. Well, this logo is gonna stand alone 99% of the time. No one's
It
gonna have
is.
all the different logos up and say they don't quite match. They're just gonna see this.
So, so then I think the direction for us would be, bring back what we think is the best of these logos, and then one with, I would say, a more of a forest green, with the water would be whatever our consultant thinks will make forest green work the best, and then bring those two back.
Yeah, and we've
The-
chosen number 2 on the other page, so they know which design we like.
Right.
So now it's the coloration that we're looking at.
So that is one thing to consider as you look at option 2 there, is that there's not a whole lot of water.
No, there isn't, that's true.
So,
No, but, yeah, the original one looks like the water is up to the prominent, so it appears that there's no beach there. And Tillamook-Head is tiny. Option 2 is so much better because it's very realistic.
Mhm.
The brain is an amazing thing too. When I see the Tillamook Head in this, I just see it through some ocean mist or something. It looks removed to me, like behind some waves.
Yeah, this gives it perspective.
Yes, yeah, I like it.
Depth.
Depth, yes.
but does that sound accurate? Get the color of Tillamook Head accurate, and then that for that little strip of ocean, find a color that makes that logo work the best.
And that
Hopefully
color for
bluish.
sand is actually a good
Hopefully the
sand.
blue.
Hopefully bluish, not green.
I'd also like to see option 2 in the middle color scheme on the next page with the distressing,
Yes.
so we can see how
So
it
we
would
can see
actually
what it would
look.
look like, yes.
Yeah.
Do we have alignment on which Tillamook Head then? Because I'm happy to make the distressed version, but I would really love to nail down which Tillamook Head so that
We've
Option 2.
been looking at the gray one the
The
whole
the
time.
one in option
The gray one?
2 that we said, I think we accepted that Tillamook Head, so.
We said we'd come back to it
Great.
after we saw the
Oh, we
logo.
said we'd come back.
Go in gray, but
That's the best.
because only a small piece of it is out there, it doesn't matter that much. You know, it's not like the top
So,
left anymore. It's
Do we think the
just
one that
much
they're using in
smaller.
option 2 is a
I
good
think
Tillamook
that
Head?
looks
I
fine.
like it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that Tillamook Head, option 2 logo, we're set there. Last thing is just fine tuning the color scheme, and I would say this, Danny, and we can talk tomorrow or something. I would say, let's have a version 1, your best recommended design, and then option 2, which is the input on the color, and then your best color scheme that would make the ocean appropriate for that. And then we'll bring those 2 back for the council to approve one or the other, with distressing on both.
Yep, that sounds great.
Okay? We've got 2
All right.
minutes to spare.
Look at that.
What do you know?
Thank you for all your work, Danny
Thank you.
and Holly.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Have a nice evening, everyone.
Okay, one thing, I'm not sure I asked everybody to do this, but in case I didn't, tonight during your comments, please make a comment about League of Oregon Cities comments, what you got out of it, what you thought was the best.
Can we have criticism, or is it just?
No, it's fine, whatever you want, yeah. Okay, anything else? Adjourned. Ready?
All right.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Kim, will you call the roll, please?
I will. Thank you, Mayor. Counselor Dillard.
Here.
Mayor Wright.
Here.
Counselor Montero. Present. Council President Pazalski.
Here.
Counselor Horning.
Here.
Counselor Frank.
Here.
Counselor Morrissey.
Here.
Thank you.
May I have a motion for approval of the agenda?
So moved.
Seconded.
I heard from this side, Counselor Frank, Counselor Horning. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. We have two proclamations tonight. First one is, it's about National Police Week, and I asked our police chief to come up and just say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor. Enforcement Memorial Week. It is the week of the 15th, and obviously anytime I can get up and remember and honor Sergeant Jason Gooding, we really do appreciate you guys doing the same. Oregon, as you know, I talked about the last meeting, lost an officer on April 15th in Nyssa, Oregon, and so the timing on this is just unfortunate for any time, but a good time to be remembering all those who've lost their lives in the line of duty. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I've asked Counselor Dillard to read the proclamation.
This is a proclamation to recognize the National Police Week 2023 and to honor the service and sacrifice of those law enforcement officers killed in the line of duty while protecting our communities and safeguarding our democracy. Whereas in 1962, President John F. Kennedy signed a proclamation which designated May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day, and the week in which that date falls is National Police Memorial Week. Currently, tens of thousands of law enforcement officers from around the world converge in Washington, D.C. to participate in a number of planned events which honor those that have paid the ultimate sacrifice. And whereas our law enforcement officers are the guardians of life and property, defenders of the individual rights to be free, warriors in the battle against crime, and are dedicated to the preservation of life and property. And whereas the City of Seaside honors the valor, service, and dedication of all police officers, and publicly salutes the service of each and every one of our own Seaside police officers. And whereas the members of the City of Seaside law enforcement play an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of Seaside, and it is important that all of the citizens know and understand the duties, responsibilities, hazards, and sacrifices of their law enforcement agency, and that the members of our law enforcement agency recognize their duty to serve the people by safeguarding life and property, by protecting them against violence and disorder, and by protecting the innocent against deception and the weak against oppression. And whereas May 15th is designated as Police Officers Memorial Day in honor of all fallen officers and their families, now therefore Steve Wright, the mayor of the City of Seaside in the state of Oregon, calls upon all citizens and upon all patriotic, civic, and educational organizations to observe the week of May 14th to 20th, 2023 as Police Week, and calls upon all our citizens to make every effort to express appreciation of these men and women who are willing to sacrifice their lives if necessary to guard us and our loved ones against all those who would violate the law. Be it further resolved that we invite all citizens to reflect on and remember City of Seaside Police Sergeant Jason Gooding, who lost his life in service to our community. Sergeant Gooding will forever be remembered for his ultimate sacrifice. In witness, therefore, the mayor hereunto sets his hand and causes the seal of the City of Seaside to be affixed this 8th day of May, 2023.
Thank you, Counselor. We also have a proclamation for Public Works, and our Public Works Director is going to come up and say a few words. Thank you, Mike.
Thanks, guys. Mayor, council. Public Works, had this, oh my God. Sorry about that. What Public Works means to me, I've been doing it for 30 years, and the things that you guys, I mean, maybe you do realize it, but these guys, when I call them at 1 o'clock in the morning, they show up for whatever, water break, sewer backup, maybe clean out a homeless, help the fire department. You know, without us, they wouldn't have a job because we apply them the water. And with the police, if they didn't have streets, they wouldn't need anything. They wouldn't need cop cars driving around. So, but no, I can't wait for all you guys to come down so I can show you. I was showing Randy and Mr. the Mayor. I'd like to take you guys around and show you what we do and give you a really good idea and meet some of the guys. And that's perfect. No, I can't wait to meet all of you down there. All right, thanks.
Okay. Council President Pasalski is going to read the proclamation.
City of Seaside Proclamation. Whereas the City of Seaside's Public Works Department is composed of professionals focused on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of Seaside. And whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services cannot be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals. The City of Seaside's Public Works Department is one of the largest departments within the city and is made up of 4 divisions: the Street Department, Water Department, Wastewater Treatment Department, and Administration. And whereas the Public Works Administration oversees all aspects of the divisions, our Street Department is responsible for maintaining our streets, city parks, Seaside Municipal Airport, Evergreen Cemetery, and public buildings. Our Water Department is responsible for providing and maintaining our drinking water supply and providing distribution to your home or business and to provide water for fire protection. The Wastewater Treatment Department provides sewage treatment to the city through a state-of-the-art sludge press and dryer, making our city one of the 3 in the entire state to receive its Class A certification. And whereas together these divisions are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our city's transportation system, water supply and treatment, sewer collection and treatment, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas the Seaside Public Works Department is responsible for 41 miles of streets, 9 bridge structures, 8 miles of shoreline, 39 miles of sewage collection piping, 602 sewer manholes, 32 pump lift stations, 2 water reservoirs, 43 miles of water line, 3,405 water meters, and 656 fire hydrants. And whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in the City of Seaside to gain knowledge of and to maintain a progressive interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their communities. And whereas the year 2023 marks the 63rd annual National Public Works Week sponsored by the American Public Works Association, therefore, Steve Wright, Mayor of the City of Seaside, does hereby designate the week of May 21st to 27th, 2023 as National Public Works Week, and urges all citizens to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association and government agencies to pay tribute to our public works professionals and to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protect our national health, safety, and quality of life. In witness whereof, he has set his hand and caused the seal of the City of Seaside to be affixed this 8th day of May, 2023.
Throw darts at it or what?
You guys gotta get out of sunlight. Here we go, that'll work. All right, got it.
The old logo. I said, but the old logo. Yeah, who read this question? Stuck in the past.
Okay, now is the time for public comments. Members of the public may use this time to provide comments to the City Council on items that are not scheduled on this agenda for a public hearing or public comment. Speaking time is limited to 3 minutes. I see a form here somewhere, I had it, from Rick Bowers, so I know he signed up. Was there anybody else? Okay, come on up, Rick.
Thank you. Today I'd like to share some information about homelessness counts, specifically HUD's point-in-time count. It's important to understand this program because it frequently finds its way into news articles and discussions and is frequently misunderstood. The point-in-time count was started by HUD in 2005. The point-in-time count is an unduplicated count on a single night of people in a community who are experiencing homelessness. It includes both the sheltered, for example, couch surfing and those in temporary shelters, as well as the unsheltered. It occurs in the last 10 days of January every other year. At the federal level, the counts are by continuum of care, regions of the country defined by HUD. Clatsop County is one of 26 counties in the rural Oregon continuum of care, also known as the balance of state continuum of care. Similar by-county data is also reported to the state of Oregon, which is what you see in the handout. There are many legitimate criticisms of the count. For example, many folks are homeless for a few days to a month, never to return to a shelter. The point-in-time count would miss many of these folks. Another criticism: how do we possibly find all the unsheltered on one particular night? I've known individuals who sleep in the woods and others behind trash bins. How are these people counted? The handout has another example of, quote, iffy data. The 2015 point-in-time count reported just over 500,000 homeless across the country, while another government entity says there were 1.3 million homeless children that same year. The HUD number represents all ages. The almost 3 times larger National Center for Educational Statistics is only children. How can that be? Another problem is year-to-year comparisons of data. Entities have learned lessons and developed better tactics for the counts throughout the years. Some part of increasing homelessness may be due to better counting practices. Yet, the point-in-time count is really the only count we have. From my perspective, I view it as a minimum count of the number of homeless who are in the county. There are probably more. And as shown in the handout, Clatsop County has experienced the highest rate of homelessness for many, many years. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Councilors, anybody need a declaration of potential conflict of interest on any of the items on tonight's agenda?
No.
Mayor, speaking about the school district lease and my organization, Seaside Food Forest, was involved in negotiations with the school district.
Okay, thank you.
I'm also semi-part of that organization, non-officially.
Thank you. I have a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I move that we approve the consent agenda, pay the bills, and approve the minutes.
I'll second that.
Councilor Morrissey, Council President Pasulski. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Tonight we have a report and or presentation from the fire department. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. And we do appreciate our Public Works Department for giving us water. Never been accused of being too
right
quiet.
In front, yep.
So tonight we're going to give you a brief update of the 2022. We are going to have the full PDF online, and you can go to seasidefire.com. We keep our annual reports. But there's just a lot that goes on, and we could spend hours and hours. So first of all, in our 2022 annual report, we have 6 career staff.
Technical
difficulties. And we have a range throughout the year between 22 and 25 volunteers. Then you'll see that we have several pieces of equipment that we maintain. Our, of course, engine 1, our Mac, which is dear to us, just got back from the shop, and we'll be able to use that for our parades and not have too many issues like we've had in the past. You'll see 3121 there. That's the new truck. Yes, we are working on the lettering. We keep getting asked that, but due to some unfortunate circumstances, we weren't able to get it lettered. And then this is the first year I'd like to let you know that for about 2 years we've had all of our equipment at one time in the fire station. So that's been real helpful, not having out of service time.
Including the Mac?
Including the Mac, it's back. Everything's there. You'll see we have our water rescue stuff and our technical rescue because we do ropes and everything. Some of our side-by-sides we use for the beach and a lot of the events. We also use those for the turf fields we have. We can't drive apparatus on there or vehicles, so we hopefully when we don't have injuries, but they do happen on the turf, we take those over to get patients off. And then we carry 3 rescue skis for water rescue, 2 beach lifeguard rigs. You'll see 39, 97, 98, and those will be going into service here shortly for the summer. And then some staff rigs down below we use.
Your back one on your slide.
So a couple of the statistics this year that we've looked at, as you guys see the big ones, the total amount of calls. It's 1,900. We almost hit 2,000 last year, which was over 200 more than the year before. We did have some losses and fire damage, but there was a lot of saves in there. You'll also look at the mutual aid given. We gave 100 calls to mutual aid. That means we're responding to assist people, and aid received. The biggest one to look at here is overlapping calls. 32% of our calls, we have more than one going on. That's just not one. It could be 3 at a time, 4 at a time. So sometimes we have to call in resources like Earhart to come help us run those. And we'll get into some response time stuffs later. But you'll look at our response times are pretty good for the national average for EMS and fire. Obviously, it takes a little longer for us to get to the station and get our turnouts on a fire and get on scene, but for a 7-minute response time, that's pretty good on most of our calls. But here it shows the trend, and you'll see in 2022 we did do 1,977 calls. 2021 we ran 1,773, and then 2020 we ran 1,562. When I heard a lot of people in COVID drop, we didn't drop. A lot of people came here and stayed, and we just had a little more influx. So I'm hoping we don't continue to see a 200 call increase every year because it's hard for us to keep up with those, but our volunteers and our staff do a great job of maintaining those calls. So some of the incidents you'll see, obviously EMS and rescue is pretty much a lot of the calls we run, but it groups a lot of stuff in for the national. When they type things up, they try to put everything in groups. A lot of our water rescues, tech rescues, EMS can be a car wreck. So there's a lot of stuff they categorize and push. It's like the catch-all. And then, of course, they break out like good intent if we're going to go work with, it's like smoke alarms or help somebody in the citizens. And then false alarms, you'll see the national average there and then what Seaside. So we're kind of on pace or a little ahead of getting false alarms. That happens when you have commercial district. It's just going to happen. Service calls. Then you have our fires. So knock on wood, we're a little below the national average, but not much. And then hazards can be gas leaks, things like that. So here's a good diagram of incidents on a national comparison. You'll see daytime, obviously, we have a big spike, usually between about 7 a.m. and 9 or 10 p.m. That's when most of the people are out and about. And then at night, it dips down a little. Some of us that come in at night would like it to dip down a lot more. But that's what we see is that time of day is just a big spike, and that's where you'll see our staffing. We staff heavier in the middle of the day. That's why we don't necessarily have night staffing yet. But we have several staff that work during the day to offset our volunteers that are obviously at work. A lot of them are at work. So training, we do a lot of training, a lot of recertification. One of the things we do is emergency medical. You guys see that's a lot of our list. About every 2 years we got to have, depending on level of certification, 24, 48, 62, a lot of hours in different fields of EMS. And so we have firefighter research every 2 years that require hours. So there's a lot of different hours we do. And then, of course, teaching new recruits and keeping up on our basic skills. So we'll do pump ops. You guys will see the aerials up in a few photos. So we'll do a lot off our ladder because we use it a lot. And you'll see in the bottom left there that we do confined space, so our manholes, in case our great public works department, that hopefully they don't get hurt in a manhole, but we can come get them. So we're constantly trying to keep up. And then, of course, as we get into the summer, we're really into wildland and water rescue and rope rescue.
I'm clicking.
He's clicking. So it's a constant training evolution. We tried it as a recruit, but even the people that have been here every year, all of us are doing ladders, all of us are doing ropes, all of us are doing firefighting tactics, strategy. So we're ready when the unfortunate call comes in, like we had Saturday, that we have a good fire and the crews just can work. You know, that we don't need a lot of direction. They know what their job is, and it's easy, especially as the fire chief, when you're running those fires, that you know what they're doing. And they that fire is a good example of a good stop that could have got really bad quick. And it's just because of the training they keep up on and constant equipment that both the citizens let us have and the council supports us with.
Onto prevention. A big part of prevention is getting in with the school-age children, and we hadn't been able to do that for a few years because of COVID. So we're excited last year to get back into the school in their new facility up there at the revamped facility at Pacific Ridge for the elementary. And Gearhart was already doing a really cool thing where they had borrowed some music that was tuned and done for sending out safety messages, such as stay low, so a whole song about staying low, and checking your smoke detectors and having a plan for where the family's going to meet. So we went up there and we did a few songs. It also gives us a chance to have fully dressed firefighters to show the little kids, that we're not scary. And that we want to have them, go and meet up with us in the case of an emergency and not run away or hide from us. So that was a lot of fun. And we got up in the school and all the kids had a great time, and they are, a lot more receptive in this fun atmosphere and messaging than just somebody like myself coming in and talking at them, and they'd probably fall asleep. So that was a great thing that we did, and we're going to continue. And we worked with Gearhart and Cannon Beach, since all of our kids are up there, to do that. And another thing that we do for prevention, if I can get the slide to move, is getting around to all the businesses and doing inspections. A lot of the businesses are, in great shape, and, I'm just checking on the extinguishers and small items, and it's a quick in and out, but there's a lot of things, a lot of older buildings that are, showing their age, such as the piping here, and that's, kind of our responsibility to get out there and remind them, that they need to upkeep their systems to, make people safe. And so we get in there and work with them to get the systems up to code as a reminder, and so that's a big part of the prevention aspect.
So one of the most valuable commodities with our volunteers is having our intern program that resides at our fire station. We have currently 4, which is nice to have. So they definitely are leading responders at night with us, and they all go through fire science school. 3 of them just passed their EMT, and so we're waiting for the 4th, but then that gives us an extra medical provider, especially in the evening. So they work really hard to go to school, and it's a nice program for us to support, and hopefully we see a lot of them cycle either into the career. Our law enforcement partners have stolen a few of them, and they went over there when they had openings. So one of the things we also do, and you guys are well aware of, is wildland firefighting. We get a lot of training. We get a lot of live fire. Last year we went to 4 conflagrations in the state of Oregon, and we had 2 local ones. And I don't know if everybody's familiar with the Tillamook Head fire. We spent 2 or 3 days there protecting that. But I think the experience that our crews have gone out in the state and been able to see what's going on really prevented us from having a bigger hazard up on Tillamook Head, which was really ran by all the fire departments because all the resources for ODF were tied up on other fires in the county. And then we assisted Nehalem down there. They had a fire get out of control, and they called for our assistance, so we spent a day down there in Nehalem. So last year was a busy water rescue year. We had 44 calls last year using our water rescue team. I think we had 14 or 16 of those were in one day. We had a busy day. So we actively train. We didn't plan when we put that water rescue team together really to run during the winter. We didn't think that that was really going to be something we did. And we've ran a lot in January and February and March. So we have dry suits. So we're training throughout the year now in our rivers that get flowing pretty quick. We also support the Public Works Department when they're cutting the big trees away from Avenue U and stuff. We have our staff are on standby a lot of those times once they request us to do throw bags in case something were to happen, and we have to rescue our Public Works Department.
So lifeguards, we run Memorial Day to Labor Day. We had an excessively busy year last year, as Chief mentioned. You know, one day we had 16 rescues in a single day, and what that really depends on, which is happening a lot lately, is the increasing temperature of the water. That particular day, and it had been running, you know, for a week or two prior to that, but it's 65 degree water. And when we're talking about those conditions, we're mimicking California. And when that coincides with hot days, 80 degrees plus, we got a lot of people in the water. And then, you know, the rip currents start opening up and it's all over the place. So luckily we had 14 guards. We were pretty much fully staffed last year, which helps immensely. But when you're talking about those kind of numbers, it gets overwhelming no matter what. You can see we got the beach attendance for the summer was close to 400,000. Those are numbers from the Chamber and the Visitors Bureau. They have basically software that can track phones and show us a snapshot of what we're getting. So we are getting pretty busy, and you know, if we don't have the staff lifeguard wise, then we have to backfill with the fire department to keep the water safe. So it keeps getting busier every year. We did switch over to USLA training. We had in the past done Red Cross, and Red Cross does in no way, shape, or form train lifeguards to be in the ocean. So we switched over to USLA training, and so we have basically a lifeguard academy every year and get everybody trained up in the protocols for going in the ocean.
And that's a national standard we're trying to meet for ocean lifeguards, California and some. So our instructors, Division Chief Rankin, Dennis, and Pose Guy, a lot of these guys on our crew staff that are water guys, they've done a great job getting us up to that level, and it's taken us a few years to get there. And of course, last but not least, we definitely want to recognize one of our firefighters we did at our annual banquet. Roy Dagg, he still serves and protects our community, and he had 50 years of service in. So that's incredible to do in any field or any job, so it's well commended. And we enjoy having him around because he's the history of the fire station. So thank you very much. Any questions?
Counselors?
Thank you.
Yes, good job.
Appreciate everything you guys do for us. And this friendly rivalry between you and Public Works, and maybe Police Department too. Yeah, you're all friendly. Okay, we have some openings still on the Building Board of Appeals. Still 3 vacancies open to anybody with experience in that area from within the county. We have a vacancy and interviewed 1 person tonight for the tree board. Does the council wish to make any appointments?
I would move that we appoint Patricia Hale to the tree board.
Second.
Counselor Morrissey, Counselor Frank. Is there any discussion? I'd just say that she appears to be very well qualified, and that will be a great addition. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Welcome. Okay, new business. And please forgive me, I'm going to say these names wrong, I think. But do we have the new owners from Seaside Market? Mr. Sapkota? Okay, come on up. We just ask us a little, right there's fine.
Okay.
Just tell us a little about yourself and what's going on.
Yeah. Hi, Mayor. Hey, everybody. My name is Mahadev Sapkota, and I'm starting the business for the Seaside Market. And that's it.
So you are working to be the new owner.
Yes, you are right.
And how long have you been in Seaside?
Not that much pretty big. Yeah. Seaside, we stay with the Lebanon now with my brother. It's a business, family business.
Okay.
So Seaside, not that much longer. So I'm looking.
Any questions from the council?
Yeah, the market you're taking over had alcohol, served alcohol, or sold alcohol previously. You're just trying to move it to the new owner, correct?
Yes, you are right.
Thank you.
And is this going to be the new name, Seaside Market?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions, council?
Nope, and seeing no red flags here, I would move that we accept this application.
Second.
Counselor Frank and Counselor Dillard. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Another new business, tie us up. Daruni, come on up.
Hi, that's my name is Thanu Sakmahatakun Rangsi. Let's represent for.
You get a little closer to the microphone. There we go.
My name is Thanu Sakmahatakun Rangsi. Represent for my wife, Daruni Patum Ratana Than, for the new business on a Thai restaurant named Tie Us Up. And we just applied for new business for liquor, OLCC license.
And this is the old Southeast Asian crab restaurant.
Right.
Right.
It's my sister-in-law, and she just moved out.
Oh, sister-in-law. Okay.
And she just shut out the sea, and then my wife just took over the restaurant with a new name.
Okay. Council, any questions?
I move that we recommend approval of the liquor license application for Tie Us Up.
I'll second.
It's Council President Pasolsky, Councilor Morrissey. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank
you. I think I know this one. Seaside Slushies and Dogs, 409 Broadway. Owner, Dawn.
Thank you, Mayor.
Hi, Dawn. You can tilt it down. Yes, there you go.
Thank you very much,
Who are
Mr.
you?
Mayor. I am Dawn Fujiwara Pavlik. Thank you, everyone, for allowing me to apply for a liquor license. Seaside Slushies and Dogs is in our second year at this location on 409 Broadway. We would love to be able to offer beer and wine there. So this is my last step for my OLCC application.
Councilors?
Looks like Seaside Police Department did their background checks and found nothing disqualifying, so I move that we approve Seaside Slushies and Dogs.
I'll second.
It's Councilor Morrissey, Councilor Frank. You giggled there. Is there something we should know? No, okay. All right. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay. We are going to discuss Resolution 4016, a resolution of the City of Seaside adjusting the solid waste collection rates. City Manager Spencer.
Thank you, Mayor. So we received the request from Recology to adjust their rates. Recology has a franchise agreement with the city, and you will have seen in your packet two requests. They are requesting a 5% increase in their rates. However, our franchise agreement limits it to 4%. And so we invited them here today to make that request and answer any questions that you have. And then we'll look for approval and direction from the City Council at that point.
Okay. Turn it over to Chris.
Yes.
Carey,
Thank
right?
you. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Make sure you get the mic nice and close so we can pick it up for those out in Zoom land.
Sure, no worries. So good evening, Mayor Wright, council members. Thank you for having me here tonight. My name is Chris Carey. I'm the general manager for Ecology Oregon operations. So that's 3 compost facilities in the valley, the transfer stations for Metro Central and South in Portland, our coast operations, which is from Astoria through Rockaway, and then we have a collection operations in McMinnville, so a lot of Yamhill County. It's very similar to the type of operation we run here. Also with me is Katie Hardesty. She's our operations supervisor.
Hello.
I dragged her along just to embarrass her tonight. So I appreciate that. We are the only garbage company that's owned by the employees. We're the largest employee-owned garbage company in the United States. We're very proud of that, and I will tell you something that's interesting about that, because I've worked at Waste Management and I've worked at a couple other large ones. There's no one person in our company that owns 1%, more than 1% of the company. So it's been very refreshing to work for a company like that. You may notice that Dave Larmouth, who's been in front of you guys probably for, I want to say 20 years, is not here, but I bet you he's watching. Hi, Dave, if you're watching, because he's a council wonk. He likes to watch this stuff, I'm sure. So Dave left and is working for the Dahl family outside of Newport in Toledo. He's helping them with their operations. But we miss him, and that's one of the reasons that it's been a little confusing about the 4 and the 5%, because I didn't have Dave's guidance to get me through this, so I kind of rushed it. So we'll talk a little bit about what that looks like. But I'm going to give you an update on our Seaside operations here first before I do that. I will just address that as we get through this, I'm asking for a 5% increase. Originally, we asked for 5, and then it went to a 4 because of the cap. The way that works in our franchise agreement is that we have an operating ratio that we're allowed to operate within, and it pegs at around 10% margin, but it's a range of 8 to 12. So if we fall outside of that 8 to 12%, that's when we ask for a rate review versus taking the CPI. And if we were within the operating ratio, let's say we made 9%, and CPI was 5%, you guys would only allow 4. But if we fall outside of our operating ratio, our margin, then we come in for a rate review, which allows us to ask for more. Is that clear as mud? Gets a little confusing, but that's why we're here. So let's start with the collections update. I wanted to introduce the drivers just by name that service the city. We have Eric Harris and Mike Young, who do the commercial collection. So in the wee hours of the morning, we're doing what we call the front load containers at your businesses. We also have Aaron Smalley in a front load truck, picking up mostly cardboard And then we have a new driver, Mark Bricky, on the residential side, and we'll talk a little bit later about that type of service. I want to put a bug in your ear on that one. And then we have Zach Wolcock, who does our residential recycling. He also does some commercials, so carts. Very good drivers, very proud, super happy to have them. You've got some veterans and you've got some new folks mixed in. Katie was promoted from a route driver this last year, been with us for 10 years, was driving automated routes, and now she's our operations supervisor. Been a great addition to the management team. Scott Meathy is our operations manager. He couldn't make it tonight, so Katie's sitting in his spot. And then we have Jason Danakis, who we promoted from within from a driver position, and he's in what we call a lead position, which means he helps manage some of the drivers on routes with scheduling. He'll also cover routes, which is a very valuable position for us because we have a lot of routes and he needs to understand and learn all of those. He's done a great job stepping into that role. Some things that we do in the community, we support Solve cleanups here in the city, including placing a dumpster at Avenue A for the recent Solve event. We provide some services at the Kiwanis Seaside event, and we continue to provide collection services to Hood to Coast, the volleyball tournament, some very big events, as you guys know full well. So we're proud of the service that we provide for those events. Let's see. Customer service has been a challenge for us during COVID and then coming out of COVID. We've been understaffed by up to as many as 6 folks out of the 10. And our call center is based out of McMinnville, so we like to think that it's local. And then we have 2 folks that are seated here at the Warrenton office that take calls as well and receive people, the public that can come in and pay, or if they have concerns or questions about service. Let's see. I do want to talk a little bit about the collection in Seaside. It's one of our more challenging collection cities due to the high volume of side yard accounts with long distances from the cart to the truck. The result has been some high turnover for our frontline guys that are sometimes putting in like 12 to 14 miles a day. They check in on their wrists. So, and it's led to some turnover. So as soon as an automated truck one comes up, the person that was on that route jumps into the automated route. So we have that's where you see some turnover. And with turnover, you see some customer service issues, right? They may not always know the route. So I don't need to solve for that here tonight. I just want to talk to you guys about that and then talk to you about working with you over the next 12 months to try to help me address some of those concerns. And that means I'd like to invite you guys, if you have an opportunity, to either go on one of the trucks and ride, or we can put you in the car and we can follow a couple trucks and you can kind of see some of the challenges. So the side yards, like when we're in the main streets of the residential area, if the truck stops, there's not a lot of room for people to go around. And you guys might have been captured in one of these before, where the truck is going down the street and he has to go and he's like, where is he? So he's in the backyard getting the can and bringing it out. So there's some challenges there, but I'm not asking that we change fundamentally the way we do things in Seaside, because it's the nature of the service. You have a lot of short-term rentals, your population spikes, right? So we need to work with that. I get that. And that's kind of where I want to have conversations more long-term about how do we better service you guys in terms of making it viable and still the city that you want it to be in terms of your homeowners and your visitors, okay? So I'll jump into the rate review. CPI is 5.5 projected for 23-24. The Western region CPI is up to 5.1% over last year, March. Our labor costs are up 17% year over year. A lot of that is because we're fully staffed. We were short, I think, as many as 6 drivers last year. Katie was on a truck. Scott was on a truck. For most of the summer because we spiked in, services. We're in great shape. We're not fully staffed. I think we're 1 short and we're going to do an overhire, but much better shape, just so you know. But it has had an impact on our labor expenses, in addition to the wage increases that we've had to do to keep drivers. A lot of market adjustments. I think we did 2 within a year period. One, to attract, and two, to retain. And I bet the public works guys and the fire department and the police could probably tell you the same in terms of trying to find CDL drivers, that it was tough. And so we've done a good job recruiting. Raising that wage has done a lot to help attract drivers. Disposal is up this year. We currently collect your municipal solid waste and we ship it to the transfer station and we reload it and we take it to a place called headquarters, which is in Cowlitz County, and it's been going there for a while. Riverbend landfill closed a couple years ago, or a year and a half ago. The next closest is headquarters, and then we have Coffin Butte, which is Corvallis. Those are the regional landfills that are subtitle D, have the correct liners in them. This is where it should be going. So they're still cheaper than most. They went from $23.85 a ton to $29.77 on January. So it's a 24% increase. We're passing through about 18 of that. It doesn't always line up when we do our expense assignments because we have 9 different jurisdictions down here that we push our expenses across. But a big increase. And we haven't seen that. They hadn't raised rates for a while. But to put it in perspective, Coffin Butte and Corvallis is at $34 a ton. So still very competitive. I think it's still the right choice for us, for your ratepayers, to keep going to headquarters at the lower rate. But it does have an impact on this year's rates. And then just the other one is some operational expenses. I don't know how you guys got a new fire truck, but maybe I'll talk to your guy. But I'm going on almost 3 years for the front load that we ordered. So, and it's supposed to be the end of this year. That'll be our only new truck in 3 years. So that means we keep repairing the ones we have. So that fleet has aged. So that means some expensive repairs. And so that's driven up some of our costs. And then some of our administrative expenses are up due to the same thing. We had to get fully staffed. We added an account manager that we needed. We've had to do some wage increases to keep people fully staffed on the customer service group has impacted that as well. On the positive side, fuel is down. We're not paying $6 a gallon anymore. We're around $3.50 down here. We use the B5. We have looked to go to R99, but it's not carried by any of the fuel providers down here at this time, but we use it in every other facility that we have in Oregon. Much cleaner burning fuel. We are looking at possibly wet fueling R99 into our trucks, which is where somebody comes and fills our trucks on site, versus maybe buying a tank at the transfer station and refueling with the R99 that way. All right, so that is my justification for coming in for a 5%, because those expenses actually put us outside of our operating ratio. And if we get to a 5, that gets us back to the bottom end. We're not at 10 where we like to peg, and that's where the franchise agreement says a reasonable rate of return is. But we don't want to put that much pressure on the rates. This is also a projection of where we think we'll land. But considering those big impacts to our rates, our operation, I feel pretty comfortable with a 5%. And I'll give you some perspective here. The most common customer in Seaside, you guys guess, is it a 35 or is it a 90 gallon?
90.
Oh, you guys are good. All right. I thought I'd trick you with that one, but you were all over it. So the impact to your rate will be $1.48 with a 5% increase. So you'll go from $29.55 to $31.03. So 5 sounds like a lot, but when you're looking at $1.48 a month, I think it's pretty doable. And just for some information, we have 3,020 customers as of yesterday when I asked. So that changes obviously with, an influx of people coming into town. Your commercial volumes will change. Okay, that's what I have. If you have questions for me and Katie, fire away.
Counselors?
What kind of improvements have you guys seen on your customer service answer time?
So it's not super great. I just started a year ago, and we were seeing some hold times like 45 minutes. We were down to 5 here, which is still a long time. Much better, but we see peaks, right? Bills go out, and we'll see a jump. We have a new driver on a route that may not know it. We see a peak, but it is a focus for me and my customer service manager. We've got some metrics in place to fix that. We also, from a corporate level have just hired a customer experience VP, which is going to get me what I need to get my customer service reps to be more successful. But our goal is 60 seconds to answer that phone. And we're not close to that yet. We're getting much better.
Well, 5 is much better than 45.
Yeah, and
Or
that,
60.
45 is the worst, right? But I'll tell you that I test it all the time. I have my customer service manager in it. I'll call customer service when they're sitting there, and we'll just wait and listen to it, and we'll watch the clock. And so she gets it. She's on it. She's very capable of making those improvements. So I'm excited for her because she's really leaning in. It's a new role for her too, because this is a focus for us. Because I've been to a few of these council meetings, and they're like, "Can I get your direct number so that I can call you?" Right? So it's a known issue for us.
How much are you guys leaning into computerized automation, requests for service? Because I know you can send an email, but then you have no idea how long the turnaround time is on sending an email.
Yeah, I haven't heard of much of outsourcing or automation yet. It's really, are our prompts correct? Are we getting you what you to the right person that you need to talk to? But for the most part, we're a smaller call center, so we're cross-training everybody so they can be more efficient, because each city is got different
I was
rates
thinking
and rules.
more around, changes in pickup frequency or a missed pickup or something like that. Easily be done
like an
just
app?
right through
Like
the
I
website.
can
Right through the
report-
website, yeah.
Yeah. It's still just going to be an email at this point, but it's a great takeaway in terms of like a missed. It's kind of like a pothole app kind of thing. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah.
Okay.
Every year, the subject and we talked about. Are we in the ability of our residents to have better access to wind latches, or how are wind latches working? I know every year what we typically hear is, well, you can purchase a wind latch for extra. And I think I for some reason, I remembered that there might be new receptacles coming with wind latches already on them.
Yeah, so do you want to speak to this one? This is one of your favorites.
I know. So everything we've ordered now is coming with a wind latch. I don't know if any of you have seen the new rubber one that just kind of clips over. You've seen it?
Well, my old one broke, and that's what I got.
That's what you got now. So that's what we have across the board, because we decided to go with one style of wind latch instead of having, so I think we had 2 or 3 different styles for a while. And as the trucks change, they don't really go with the truck, but this one we have coming out, it comes on every single cart we have. Every time we order carts, they automatically come with the wind latch. Everybody gets one no matter what. We just haven't phased them out yet because we have so many old carts that are serviceable. So
Okay, so it'll happen slowly over time.
Yeah, versus trying to go change.
Could someone request a wind latch if they wanted one?
yes,
Well, so all new customers are getting them, right? Is that what you said?
not all new customers are getting them. We're sending them out as they come in.
Got it.
We'll send them out, but it's not. If we have old ones that are ready to go out, we'll take those.
Got it. So
But
if you
someone
want
if someone calls in and says, "I
Okay.
want a wind latch," then we'll specifically take that out to wherever.
It's good to
At
know.
no cost.
It's a big deal around here.
We don't have an added rate for wind latched carts that I'm
Not
on.
since
anymore?
We're ordering them with the.
Oh, okay.
When we used to have to put it together with the ring and the post, have you guys seen those ones? That
That
was
was
an added cost because
Okay.
we're going out
$15.
and buying the material for it. But now
Maybe
everything's coming
you
with it.
better look into that upgraded call time, because if people hear about this, I think they're going to be asking.
They'll be available next year.
Yeah.
Next
Be
year.
available next year.
I just want to order my wind latch on the
Yeah.
website. I'm sorry.
So, and I had a constituent question about the possibility of compost
Sure.
being picked up curbside.
Yeah, so it's a product that we provide, or a service we provide. We're not doing it at the actually, we do in Astoria, and it's by subscription, or is it part of their service?
It's part of the service.
Yeah, so there has been a small start of that, but for us, we have to ship it over to North Plains. We don't have a compost facility here in the area that would take it currently, like for food waste, if that's what you're talking about. Or
I
you
think
just
so,
yeah.
yes.
Because there's yard debris collection, and then there's yard debris with food waste, which you'll see in other cities. But typically, when a city hits a certain population, their DEQ will say, hey, you need to add another recycling requirement. And so you guys have curbside, and then you also have the depot, which satisfies some of that. So, but it doesn't preclude you from actually proactively getting one. So we can talk about that, but it is an added cost. It's another card, another truck, and then we've got to ship it to a compost facility.
So if somebody wants it, they can actually contact you and arrange it, or that?
No, we would have to come back to you to
I
get
see.
it approved in the rates, and it would be at an additional cost. So I'm sure that this conversation's been had before, where are we ready to add that to our service, right?
Right.
Versus can we afford to add that to our service?
Exactly.
And so I'll tell you, typically having larger, denser populations, it means that you get to spread that cost over a lot more people, and it's easy to absorb. So I don't know if we're there yet, but we can certainly get you some rates, and you can go, yeah, we'll wait. Or we can go, or yeah, we'll do it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
It was just pointed out to me that I missed the opportunity to allow the public to make comments. So let's do that right now. Is there anyone that wants to speak to this issue from out there in the audience or anybody online? Okay, well, I'll close public comments. Oh, well, okay. Come up to the microphone, state your name and your city of residence. Kathy.
Hi, I'm Kathy Ryan. My city of residence is Seaside. In the last 6 months, we are technically a vacation rental property. So we are required to have a pickup each and every week. Our cans are over on the side of our house. And within the last 6 months, we've had to call at least 5 times for missed pickups. The latest one was today, as I chased the garbage truck down the road, around the corner, onto Nicanicum, to ask them to please come back and pick up our garbage. They were very nice gentlemen. When they came back around, I stood out front to make sure that they knew who I was, continuing to wear my slippers that I chased them down in. And as they came around, the new guy said, I'm new on the route, I've only been here 2 weeks, and so I missed it. And the other gentleman who was driving said, haven't you gotten the letter from the city where you can't have your cans back where we can't see them? They have to be 40 yards and we have to be able to see them? And I was like, well, no, I don't recall getting that letter, but I had gotten previous okay to keep them at the side of the yard. So I'm just wondering if this continues to happen, and it's like once a month, is there something that I can do to solve this problem? It's up to you, Mr. Ecology person.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, so we recognize that. That's
Chris, please speak into the mic.
Oh, sorry.
You need to address us.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So yes, that's one of the things that I was mentioning to you earlier is that this type of route has been tough for us to keep people on. And so when we have somebody new, so we have a variety of issues in terms of how we service. In the past, our franchise agreement says that the cart has to be in sight. There's a 40 feet stipulation, or a 40 yard. I think it's 40 feet. But we'll go, that's some of the things that just haven't been enforced by our team, that have just been, hey, go get the cart. It's behind the house, in the garage, around the back, up the stairs, that kind of thing. And so we see that not just in Seaside, we see it in other short-term rental cities as well. Cannon Beach, Gearhart, we're seeing it. So it's Manzanita. We see it in some of those. And so it's unfortunate, but we've been allowing it. So there is some of that, like, are you following the rules? But our driver shouldn't be saying that. It means that we have to come to you first and say, hey, we want to make some changes and we want to put together a communication plan that says we want to make these changes, but we want your buy-in before we do that. Because it's really, we need to do what we said we would do in the franchise agreement for service, but we also need to talk to you about what do you want for your city in terms of those types of services. So, and what that could potentially mean is that I take that route and I cut it in two and I use smaller trucks, right? So and it gets you what you need, but it could have an impact on the rate. So do we do that? I have to also say to my drivers, hey, let's start following the rules. But I don't want you to communicate like what just happened. I don't want you to communicate with the can. I want to come to the city and say, hey, we're going to do this. And then we're going to send a letter to the resident that says this is what we're doing. And then if you want to chat about it, then Katie comes out and talks to you and shows you, hey, this is how it should be. And we started to do that in some cities. In fact, I think we spoke to you guys potentially. Yeah, right? Early on. And so we've asked the drivers to identify your top 6 tough stops to pilot this, play with it, see how it would work. Because what we don't want to do is what happened, just as you've explained. So, but that's going to take some time. It can't be solved at a rate review, but it's a great time for me to bring it up because we know there's concerns just like that.
Okay. And I do pay extra for that service.
Yep. Yeah, the side yard rate is not super incentive to bring it out or put it to the side. I think it's the rate difference.
Yeah, I was noticing that it's not much different.
It's not much different. So one of the things that I would propose to you is that I would take the rates and I would drop a curbside rate substantially and I'd raise a side yard rate. So the incentive is there. But I don't want to do that at a rate where, wait a minute, that's not what our city needs because we have a lot of short-term rentals. So we've got to find that balance. And that's what I want to work with you guys on, at least before I come back to you in the next rate year.
And that's what I would suggest you work with our city manager, our finance director, and have a chat with them over the next year.
Yeah, I think we can find a balance for sure.
Right.
I mean, it's an issue, but it's not your issue. It's my issue, and I want to make sure that we approach it in a balanced way to get you what you need.
So, Kathy, I would suggest that you do what you did there, and then if it doesn't work to your satisfaction, talk to the city manager. Yeah, hopefully you don't have to run after them too often.
We'll get, get you a pair of running shoes.
Yeah, I would assume they will probably notify these two drivers probably really soon.
They were very gentlemanly, except the guy berating me for not. But anyway, thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
All right.
You know exactly who you're talking about.
I do. I know. But that new driver, I'm really, really confident he's going to stick around because we've been through, I think this is number 4.
Yeah.
That's been in the route this year. So it's just.
Yeah, it's physically demanding. And so we're trying to do some short things where we're actually giving help on the back end of that route and then potentially making it 2 routes. But we need the drivers and we need the truck. And then we need them to know the route so they don't get drive-by stuff.
Sure.
So there's some work to do for sure.
Okay. Any other comments from council?
Just not for ecology, but when we read the resolution, I think it was read as 4016. But in the packet, there's an A and a B, and B appears to be the current one.
Yeah, what I would do is just read the resolution number and then indicate which rate you are intending to approve.
I just didn't. I see the difference. I just didn't hear it mentioned when it was read.
Any councilor going to make a motion?
I will move that we approve resolution 4016. I believe it's B.
No, just
you don't have to say B. Say the percentage.
Oh, with the 5% increase.
And not approve it, but read it.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
So that's Council President.
By title only.
Right. Council President Pasolsky, Councilor Montero. At 5%, a motion to approve a 5% increase. Is there any other discussion?
I would just say I'm hesitant to raise rates at all because I know how tight financially it is for a lot of folks, especially on fixed incomes. But the reality of the situation we're in is costs are going up across the board for everybody. And I think it's a fair compromise.
I totally agree.
This end? My only question is actually to Mr. Kyle. We're allowed to do this under the franchise agreement, right?
That is my understanding.
Okay. Or through, our city recorders are the one that brought this forward, right? So it's okay.
It is okay.
Okay.
What he stated was that normally you'd have a meeting, he'd meet with you in advance to talk about it. And so the rate is not, the new rate doesn't go into effect until July, and so that's why he scheduled this earlier.
Okay.
So he could come and
present.
All right.
Yes.
So we have a motion on the floor.
To read the
by
resolution.
title only, resolution 4016. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Mr. Kyle.
Resolution 4016, a resolution of the City of Seaside, Oregon, adjusting the solid waste collection rates.
To make it clear, this is at 5%.
I will move to adopt Resolution 4016 at 5%.
I'll second.
Council President Pasolsky, Councilor Montero. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you so
we
much.
look forward to seeing a little better service for our residents there and what you come up with in the future.
Appreciate it.
Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Just tell the drivers stop for anybody
Wind
in
latches.
slippers.
Wind latches.
Yeah, right. Thank you, guys.
Okay. All right. There's more reading on this one. This is a public hearing for ordinance 2023-03, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Seaside, Oregon, pursuant to ORS 223.112 to 223.132, setting a public hearing extending the term of the assessment district for economic development known as the Downtown Maintenance District, repealing ordinance 2022-05 and all ordinances in conflict. And this will be the first reading. I'll open a public, let's get a little introduction from staff first.
Sure. Again, I'm going to, Kim is the expert on this, but we have so Kim, correct me if I'm wrong, we have the Downtown's Maintenance District, which is a geographic area in our downtown core, and there's an assessment placed on the properties based on their linear frontage on their streets, and the revenue collected here pays for the downtown beautification and the landscaping and the garbage disposal and pickup. And the proposal is not to change the rates from what they were last year. Both those services went out to bid, and the anticipated revenue is sufficient to pay for those services.
Okay. We'll open for public comments on ordinance 2023-03. Don't all jump up at once. Okay. We'll close the public hearing. Or
You can continue
continuance in case, let's continue it in case there are future meetings. Council comments. No council comments. We're keeping it at the same rate.
Well, I would just point out, Mr. Mayor, that this is paid for by the businesses in the core, so this is something that primarily affects them.
And actually, I neglected to mention there was one public comment that was submitted written. Owner of one of the properties, Patrick Duachek, requested that we place a trash can on his corner, Holiday and A, the southeast corner. So take that under advisement, Public Works City Manager. Okay, I'll take a motion for the first reading by title only.
So I move that we read ordinance 2023-03 by title only.
I'll second.
Councillor Frank, Councillor Morrissey, read by title only, first reading. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Mr. Kyle.
Public hearing, ordinance 2023-03, an ordinance of the city council of the City of Seaside, Oregon, pursuant to ORS 223.112-223.132, setting a public hearing, extending the term of the assessment district for economic improvement known as the Downtown Maintenance District, repealing ordinance number 2022-05, and all ordinances in conflict.
Okay, we'll take that up again at our next council meeting. Next item. Discuss the Seaside School District lease agreement for Broadway Fields. Mr. Kyle.
Yes, just pulling up my staff report here. Thank you, Mayor and Council. So we've been working on this for some time now. For the benefit of the community that's here or watching online, this is a long time coming. As a reminder, a refresher, the school district is interested in in constructing softball facilities at Broadway Park. And previously this year, end of last year, I can't remember now, it's a bit of a blur, I think end of last year, the council gave the green light for the school district to use city property pursuant to an updated IGA or intergovernmental agreement. As Susan Penrod, the school superintendent, and I and Skylar Archibald from Sunset Empire Park and Recreation got together to start working on the updated IGA. It became apparent to us that there was a better path forward, and that path forward is for the city to enter into a lease of the property for the school district. So this is something that we've been working on and negotiating. The highlights of the lease. This is what the city gets out of it. The property is, well, let me back up and say the fields are generally used first and foremost by the high school, then also by other organizations like Seaside Kids and anything else that is programmed through Sunset Empire. The benefit to our community is that when these fields are not programmed for active sports, they are available to our residents or even at that neighboring residents to come walk their dogs, throw a ball, anything that they wish to do. So this is a public park and has been for a long time. What we are proposing is to lease the school district the fields, which would give them full control and oversight on how they are programmed, how they are used. We basically get out of the business as a city of operating or having an interest in those parks during the term of the lease. What we get is that everything that we have now for our residents remains. So the parks will be open to the public when they're not being actively programmed during normal park hours. In addition to that, the parks must remain, even though they're under the control of the Seaside School District, they must remain a park and or rec facility. So if they want to make changes and pull out football and put a different sport in, that's their prerogative as long as it is park and rec related. What it wouldn't allow was some other use, building an office building or something else on that property. So the use continues as it's been built and as it's been used in the in the history of the park. In receiving this lease, what the school district is proposing and agreeing to is taking on the city's current financial obligations for that field. The current IGA states that when the turf needs to be replaced, which is approximately every 10 to 12 years, and it is being replaced this year, that all three entities would split those costs evenly. So we would pay for a third of the returfing, and the school district is willing to basically pay our portion for us as they are taking over the lease. So that is a savings to our city this year of about $250,000 that we can use for other parks or other programming or other needs of the city. In addition, we anticipate that there will need to be an annual maintenance budget going forward. The previous IGA anticipated a budget and I think anticipated additional revenues that really didn't materialize. And so there will need to be ongoing costs. The numbers we were discussing early on was about $45,000 a year, both to maintain but also to purchase the equipment necessary to maintain those fields. And the school district would also take on our proportional portion of those costs. So basically we lease it to them, and in exchange our residents get all the benefits they receive today. So I think this is a fantastic opportunity for our city, and I hope it's a good one for the school district as well. The terms of the lease are 15 years, but it may be renewed for up to 2 times with the consent, written authorization of both parties. So in 15 years, we'll get a chance to reevaluate, and as long as it's working well for both of us, we can extend that for another term and do that once more after that. I think the term is $1 a year. We'll be sure to spend as much on postage to send them an invoice. I don't know how that works. So we received, we've been working, as you may recall or may have seen, we've been working pretty diligently recently to get this lease agreement as current as possible. I forwarded you the latest iteration that we received right at the start of this meeting. I have not had a chance to read it. My understanding is that my belief is that it contains all the changes that both I and the city attorney requested. I'm happy to answer questions. Since I know for sure that since the copy of the lease agreement you received over the weekend, 2 changes that have been updated. One is the insurance information, and the update that was sent to you meets what we are expecting. And in fact, the district has better insurance than the minimum that we would require. So I think we're covered there. And the other is we have an updated map at the back that reflects an accurate portrayal of the area we would be leasing to them. With that said, I think the authorization I would look for tonight is a conditional approval from the city council, subject to both mine and or the city attorney's review of final edits. I don't anticipate that there being any issues, but if you'll give us one chance to actually read through and ensure that the changes we requested are reflected in there, then I think we'll be ready to sign.
Okay. We have 2 guests here. Would you identify yourselves, please?
Good evening. I'm Susan Penrod, the superintendent of Seaside School District.
Thank you. Brian Taylor, Seaside School District Board Chair.
Do you like to make any comments before we get started with our discussion?
We really appreciate the collaboration with Mr. Kyle and Sunset Empire through this process, and we feel that this will benefit everybody in our community.
Okay. All right, councilors.
I like this agreement. I'm glad that through the 3 entities involved, you have worked to clean up, first of all, boundaries and who does what where. And so I think this is a great opportunity for school sports and meeting the requirements. Toughest thing seems to be to relocate the food forest.
Community garden.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with Councilor Franco on all that. And the only thing that wasn't mentioned in your presentation, I mean, there is a exhibit attached, but this does not include Broadway Park, the playground, the dock, everything east of the field. So this is just the field area. And then, of course, we're counting on the attorneys to go through and read this because I've read it, but I'm not an attorney. So sure. Everything looks good to me as far as what we discussed.
Can I add to that? Yes, there's a few things running in my head that maybe I neglected to mention. But for the public, we were talking, originally we started with talking about having an agreement. It turned out to be a lease, but an agreement to kind of cede control of everything west of the current playgrounds and parking lot. And in developing this, when we came to a lease agreement, it didn't quite make sense for the district to lease some of the areas that are more Sunset Empire than for them. And so we were entering into a lease with them for just the properties they are looking for to use. And then I've been in talks with Skylar Archibald, and I think what we would like to do is bring back, again, going back to cleaning up, bringing back a lease that just kind of clarifies what areas that are that is on property belongs to the city, but Sunset Empire has been using and programming for many years. Bring that back in one document and just have like an annual ongoing lease. So again, expectations are clarified and things of that matter. So we would anticipate coming back at a later date with that. Also, while I'm thinking about it, we anticipate coming back with an agreement that dissolves the current IGA. I originally had hoped that this lease would do that. However, once we recognize Sunset Empire would not be a party to this lease, that it can't fulfill that purpose. So we'll come back to dissolve the previous IGA at a later date. And then separate from all that, the school district and Sunset Empire are working on their own IGA for how they will continue to maintain and operate and work together on the fields. And so I believe they're ready to go on that, but they are waiting for this approval before they fully execute that IGA.
That's correct. That is already to be signed by our two entities pending tonight.
I have a question just a little more about this lease. Is it doesn't specifically talk about the areas that are being leased. I assume, will that come later? Because if we say, okay, it's just the area that's fenced in within the fields, there's facilities that you guys would use as a school district that are sitting outside of that we would, I assume, expect that they would be maintaining and taking care of.
Do you have an example of...
Like the grandstands are not in the field itself.
So if you go to the very end of the document, and the one I emailed to you has the updated picture, there's a
picture, but Broadway Park, the name Broadway Park ends up on the field.
Well, actually, if you look at the definition of facility on page 5, it does say, shall mean the existing sports facilities on the land, commonly known as Broadway Field, which includes a synthetic turf football field, soccer play surface, softball play surface, synthetic turf baseball field, and baseball softball crow's nest building, together with all utility infrastructure and all fixtures now or in the future installed or erected upon the land or improvements. I would say that the grandstands are fixtures erected upon the land.
And that's my question is, do we have a better definition of the land that's included in that? Because that is not the synthetic turf football field. It's not on the soccer play surface. It's not on the softball play surface. It's not on the baseball field or the baseball, softball, crow's nest building.
But it says facilities on the land, commonly known as Broadway Field.
What I'm asking is, what is the which part of that is the land?
Councilor Montero, can you
that's page 5.
The definition for
facility.
facility.
The definition of facility, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th paragraph down.
What's the
And then we
definition?
have a map of what the land mass is.
That's this.
Yeah.
I'm
Yes.
looking at the...
Right.
It includes everything except...
Okay, my copy isn't colored.
Oh, got it. All right, so you couldn't
we were
see
handed
that.
black and white.
Yeah, well, and I didn't.
That helps?
But that it helps.
Okay.
But I'm going to take another step on that,
Sure.
and that is the only thing not on there is a batting facility.
Sure.
And so we need to be addressing that because
So the batting facility is addressed. There is a bit of a history there.
Oh, yeah.
The original agreement stated specifically the batting facility. However, we have never made the claim that we own the building. And so the language has been changed to reflect that. The current language states any interest that the city does have in the facility is granted to them. And so that if there is something between the city, Seaside Kids, Sunset Empire, that needs to be worked out, we can work that out and clarify what our interest is. I would say if nothing else, we own the land under the batting facility. And so at a minimum, what we're transferring to them is any rights that they would have as the leaseor of the land under the building. So to me, what that means is if there's significant changes that would affect the land, that's something that the Seaside Kids and the school district would need to work out together.
And we've already communicated with them, and they're in support of this lease.
That's all in section 2.01.
They may be in support of this lease, but the city doesn't own that building to include it in this lease.
Well, and that's why the building's not included, but it does state
any interest the landlord may have.
I do think we have an interest. I just don't think at this point in time we're in a position to want to clarify what that interest is, and if that needs to happen at a future time, we can do that. And this agreement already recognizes that.
Okay. So I have a question about a sentence because I feel like I understand most of this, but on page 9.
Can you tell me, because I'm looking at the most recent one that was emailed out, and so the pages are a little different.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the
number?
first one. This would be Article 5, Section 5.01, Item C.
Let me check.
The very last sentence. So this is a paragraph that talks about the premises must remain open to the public during standard park hours when not in use by the tenant, any subtenant, or SEPRD. So that means that that's what's giving the general public the right to go onto the field at any time when it's not being used for other things. I don't understand the last sentence. Notwithstanding the foregoing, the public may use said facilities pursuant to a separate rental agreement.
So that would be if you had a family reunion and they booked the facility to hold a softball tournament or something like that. So that's my understanding of that there are other mechanisms that the public could use it when it's not just being reserved for Sunset Empire or the school district, that there are other avenues, that it's not just a first come, first serve, that if there is a policy in place to rent out the fields, that there are other mechanisms to do so, which is consistent with how it's operated today.
Okay, so let's go down to section 6.06, title to improvements and the personality. This has to do with improvements and everything hereafter located on the premises shall be vested in the tenant until either the expiration or earlier termination of this lease. And so after reading this, I guess what I'm wondering is, let's say that the lease does terminate in 15 years, or it goes for the 45 years, 15, 15, 15. Am I understanding it correctly to say that everything, I'm going to call them tenant improvements, everything that the school district or the tenant has put on that field at the end of the lease belongs to the landlord, city?
Yes, that's correct.
I want to make sure I understand that correctly.
That's correct. Now, it's always our hope that even at the end of 45 years that there will likely be a new agreement or something like that, but we'll let future councils and boards work on that.
Okay, and then in Article 7, Section 7.02, I just want to reassure ourselves, it says the payment for utilities. So the tenant will pay the city for water and sewer.
Let me explain that one. So yeah, it's just like, so in this case, the school district would be responsible for utilities. We also recognize that right now, many of those utilities are tied together because it's been one property. And so our first goal would be to separate the utilities and have a clean break, and the city pay for ours, the district pay for theirs. However, there's a recognition built in here that I felt important, that if it becomes obviously cost prohibitive, we don't want to spend $25,000 to separate the electric. What we can do is figure out a fair amount that our lights in the parking lot are costing, and we'll just write a check to the school district, because that's a savings to everyone by not spending those dollars. So we'll look at our first choice at separating all utilities, water, sewer, electric, and if it appears to be in the best interest of both parties, then we would just agree separately in an MOU or something like that as to what our percentage is, and we'll pay that.
Okay. What else do I have here? And because I have not seen what came to us right before this meeting, it does say there is now a number on insurance and deductible.
Yes. Tell me the section, I'll read it to you.
Section 9.02 and 9.03.
Yep. Deductible in 9.02, deductible no more than $10,000 per occurrence. That's on the property insurance. And then on the general commercial liability, they put in what we requested, which is $1 million of liability coverage per occurrence and $2 million aggregate, with a deductible of not to exceed $1,000 per occurrence. So we've asked for $1 million and $2 million. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Susan, what they have is $10 million and $20 million.
That's correct.
So they have 10 times the coverage that we are asking for. And that, what we're asking for, is coming from our insurance carrier. And the nice thing about that is it really relegates all the liabilities to the insurance should something happen, rather than either entity needing to incur those costs.
Okay. Article 11, Section 11.01, subleasing. Can you talk a little bit about the rights of the tenant to sublease the property?
Yeah, we are granting them really full control over the field. So as long as it's used for the intended purposes, they could sublease it out. I don't know what that could be, but we don't want to answer for future things.
Maybe somebody running concessions, or
yeah, let's say they build a new concessions facility and they want to go out and do an RFP for local restaurants that want to run concessions. They're free to do that. It could be some sort of sports management company, or I just don't know what they are. But again, we are allowing them to use the property as if they are the landowners, and letting them do everything that we would be are allowed to do now. We're granting them permission to do that, so long as it's consistent with the lease.
Okay. Article 14, Section 14.02, termination. Actually, I don't, it says the tenant may terminate this lease upon at least 30 days written notice to the landlord. I don't see anything that says the landlord may terminate the lease.
Yeah, I don't think that's a concern we have. So we still own the property. What it's talking about is if there's a major damage to the facility. I don't know what to say other than I think our attorney thought this was consistent with the structure of most leases, and I'm comfortable with that.
Okay.
I guess I would say it would be comparable to if you were in a rental unit in a house and it was destroyed by fire or something like that, you don't need to continue in the lease.
I guess I didn't read it quite that way. Okay, I see what you're saying.
It's under damage and destruction.
The other one was on the 15-year lease, and I'm not finding it exactly. What I remember it saying is mutual agreement to renew the lease.
Fraction
And
23.
What number is it?
2301.
Yep.
I learned my Roman numerals.
I don't have a 2301.
It's Article 23.
I don't have. Oh, I see down there. Oh, I thought we were done. Okay. What you said here in this meeting just now is that it would be both parties would have to sign to that, and I don't see that.
So it says the term may be extended by mutual agreement of the parties for 2 periods of 15 years. Any such extension shall be documented in writing, signed by both parties.
Okay. Let me see what I had my question. All right. And I think that goes through all my questions.
Any other counselor have comments?
I would just say that I know this took a lot of work to get all 3 entities together on the same page, so hats off to everyone involved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Overall, I think this is a good step forward for us, cleaning up a lot of things that happened however long ago it was, a long time ago, and giving us a clear path forward, as well as giving the school district a clear path forward so that there's a lot less confusion.
For Broadway Fields, pending approval of the parties involved, including our attorney.
I'll second.
Councillor Frank and Councillor Morrissey. Motion is to approve this subject to final approval of our staff. Any other discussion?
I have a question. The Planning Commission approval was contingent on the execution of a new IGA. Does that have to be addressed?
No, I think this does that. So yeah, there is an existing IGA, but again, an IGA is an intergovernmental agreement. Technically, a lease between 2 government entities is an IGA. So this is an IGA. We're just using the form of a lease. So I think this meets the intent of both what the council and the planning commission indicated as a condition of approval.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you
There
very
you
much.
I want to thank you, Mayor, and all the councilors for all the good work you do for our community. We really appreciate it at our district. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We have a discussion from the fire department about ambulance service here in Seaside. Chief Daniels and helpers.
Mr. Mayor and Council, I'm actually going to defer to our Division Chief of Operations and our paramedic who've put all the time into this, so they're going to do the presentation for me.
Okay.
Thanks, Chief.
You want to introduce yourselves?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Dave Rankin. I'm the Division Chief of Operations Prevention, or Operations and Training, not prevention, for Fire Department, and I've got Lieutenant Rick Plummer.
Lieutenant Rick Plummer.
Thanks for having us here. My presentation is much shorter than the Chief's, so you'd be happy with that, but way less pictures. So current status of the ambulance services, just kind of a little bit of a backstory of where we're at right now. And so obviously you can read it up there, but Medics Ambulance has the county contract for transport for the entire Clatsop County. In Seaside, a host of the different incidents that they respond to, we also respond to. We do not respond to every 911 call in the city of Seaside. We use a decision matrix, life-threatening, they're delayed, etc. So we respond to probably about 80% of what they actually respond to. In April 2023, there was an article that came out in one of the local newspapers about medics and some of the shortage and issues they're facing. So this is not new to us. It's not new to them. It's not new to any other fire departments in Clatsop County. They've seen a reduction in staff as well as available ambulances over the last couple of years, not necessarily due to one thing, I don't think. Besides them being short, we're also seeing a shortage of paramedics throughout Oregon and nationwide. For us in Seaside, the bullet point down there, wait times can occasionally run over an hour. In most cases, it's 10 to 20 minutes. What we face is basically a credibility issue. We're responding to a lot of these calls, and we're stuck waiting for an ambulance to show up, waiting for that pre-hospital transport, and we're with the patient, we're taking care of them, but now that puts a bigger strain on the system, because if we have another call, or we have a call that we need specific responders to go to, like our water rescue, fire, tech rescue guys, they're being delayed while we might try to get some other people there to take over, or we're just, we have a patient that becomes more critical and we're still waiting on that pre-hospital transport. The slide up here next is the same slide you actually saw earlier. I just put it in a different format to mix it up for you. But over the last 10 years, you can see that our calls have continued to increase and not decrease. And again, 80-something% of these are going to be what I'd call EMS related, where they might not all get transported to the hospital, but they're definitely getting some sort of paramedic or advanced life support evaluation.
You've mentioned in the past that what the percentage is. It's really high, isn't it, of your total calls?
For EMS, yeah, nationwide it's about 80%. I think we're still sitting about 80-something, 84, 85% maybe. This is our organizational chart in 2019. Just kind of giving you a little, background. You can see the paid staff are up there. The PTE, that's our part-time employees, volunteers, and then our summer lifeguards. If you fast forward to the next slide, that's our current, as of last week, matrix. We've been lucky enough to increase 3 additional full-time staff. Our part-timers have stayed about the same. You can obviously see our volunteers have come down a little bit. And then we've added that resident program, which honestly probably is part of that volunteer number. How did the staff get to this point? Well, first of all, Mr. Kyle came over, as far as I understand it, and brought up the subject about it. After he left, I'll be honest, I kind of laughed at the fire chief, and I was like, we have an ambulance in the county. We could never do this. But we went ahead and started to do our due diligence and looking at, would an ambulance, is it feasible? What would that mean to us? From September to December of this last year, myself and Lieutenant Plummer did a lot of research, reached out, talked to a lot of different agencies, fire departments, a lot of conversations with Oregon EMS at the state level. And I can tell you, I could talk all day here about fire trucks, ladders, water rescue. But when it comes to ambulances, there's a lot of stuff that I did not know. And even now that I feel like I know it, I'm still a little bit left in the dark. In January of 2023, Medic's CEO, Tom Strucker, met with ourselves, City of Seaside staff. We held a meeting to discuss what this might entail. They were actually supportive of it. In fact, they provided us a letter of support. I believe you might have got that in your packet or have seen that maybe at the last discussion about this. They see it as a benefit when what we call the EMS system is at capacity. You're never going to have enough ambulances to handle the worst day, just like you never have enough hospital beds to handle the worst day. Everything's based on your current normal ratio. But if we have another EMS pre-hospital transport capable ambulance in the system, that's one more thing to kind of help alleviate the stress of it. What would that mean moving forward if we were to purchase an ambulance? Really, the day-to-day stuff is what I'm calling business as usual. Okay, Medics continues to be the primary pre-hospital transport for Clatsop County and for Seaside. But as I mentioned earlier, when they're delayed or they request our ambulance to respond, we'll be able to hopefully staff it and respond if we're available. Part of our kind of discussion out of that and part of their reasoning or thought process with going forward with supporting us would then, same as I kind of mentioned, we can help them even if it's not in Seaside. So they have larger, first length of time delay in certain areas. That's Hamlet, Cannon Beach, Gearhart, our surrounding areas. They need help, they can call us. It's not that far for us to go. And then we look at those mass casualty incidents countywide. That's just the term MCI for us is just large incidents that require a lot of patients, a lot of evaluations, and potentially a lot of transports to different hospitals. And it also provides us with a dedicated ambulance in the city of Seaside when we, as Seaside Fire, are staffing events such as volleyball, special trainings, high-risk trainings. Police and fire could utilize it, and we're also out on technical rescue incidents. We would have that immediate transport-capable ambulance right there ready to go for us. Because, again, they don't want to necessarily have to go sit for 8 hours on a Tillamook Head hike or a Saddle Mountain rescue waiting for us to bring the patient. We can just take our ambulance there, and when we're down off the hill, we're down off the hill. As I mentioned, operating ambulances in Oregon is kind of a complex thing. I did not expect it to be when we looked into this. Laws changed in 2016, I think it was. And then again, I think they were updated in maybe 2019 on what new and used ambulances have to meet with their criteria for design and inspection and building, as well as what they have to carry and then any specific training you have to have if you're going to be operating them. Your crew has got to be one trained driver, EMT and above, and then advanced life support fills the role as advanced EMT or above, which would be your intermediate or your paramedic. I've got the 5 levels listed there. Seaside Fire currently has all 5 levels represented with what we do every day. The ASA, Ambulance Service Agreement, is the countywide requirement for who has the contract. And Oregon law does require that if we were to get a licensed transport ambulance, that they would then have to add us into the ASAP, the Ambulance Service Agreement plan, basically saying that what we've all talked about, that we would help them if they need it, that we're available when they're delayed, and that we would be available to assist them mutual aid for larger incidents outside of our area. Purchasing ambulances, you heard it from he's gone, but the garbage man. And it took us 3 years to get our new fire truck. Ambulances are in the same boat. Minimum of right now really 24 months probably, and the price is continuing to increase as we see just shortages as well as requirements, about $250,000. Used ambulances are available. There are companies out there who sell them, not any in Oregon, but they're usually sitting about $75,000. And then again, the big problem is they have to be licensed, they have to be inspected and then licensed to meet the requirements of Oregon. We currently might have an option to buy an ambulance from a fire department that is getting ready to supplement them for considerably less than that $75,000. Minimal cost on training and equipment. Like I've said, we're already training to these levels. We already do all this. What extra training we do have to do is, some extra videos and some training on how to drive an ambulance versus a fire truck. They drive about the same. Equipment, we've already got most of the equipment. There is some extra costs, again, because the state of Oregon has such specific requirements. I think it was six pages of equipment you have to carry on an ambulance. And billing could be taken care of through third-party billing services. We've looked into these. There's about $25 to $35 they charge us per billable incident. And the last bullet point on there is what's commonly known as the GEMT program. It's federally supplemented reimbursement. That's only been available in Oregon since about 2016 as well. It's been in other states for many years. It is basically a cost recovery program the federal government sets up through the state and funnels all the way down to only fire departments. It doesn't work for private companies. And it's only for Medicare and Medicaid patients. So when you transport them, you see that billing or that money come back to you once a year. It has significant potential for reimbursement, but probably not off the bat with as few as we plan to transport, as well as you have to put some funding into it to get it started. And it actually has, you need some sort of management to oversight a person to go through all the numbers. And so it's quite cost, I guess.
Cost and labor intensive.
Yeah, cost and labor intensive. But what is nice is we have their format and their flow charts, so we could actually start to figure out as we get into this, how to track all that stuff. So if we ever do move forward in the future with it, we've already kind of got numbers running on how that would all work. I feel like this slide's going to be up here for a while because I feel like there might be some questions and answers or questions and comments.
Okay, before we go to the council, Mr. Kyle.
Let me just add my 2 cents, and I appreciate our firefighters for putting all the work in this, and also recognize John Riel, our assistant city manager, who also started doing a lot of the research early on this project. I'll say first, this was one of the first things I addressed with our chief when I got here. And I'll admit, when I first started looking at it, I was thinking kind of financially that we're missing out on a revenue source that can help fund our fire department. However, I think what the further research investigation led us to understand, and especially for me to understand, is this really is first and foremost a service level to our residents. And so that's the way it needs to be seen, is that this is, I think if we are to enter into this, into the ambulance transport business, it's a significant upgrade in the time it will take someone needing transport to the hospital to get the service they need. It's also, as they mentioned, the important factor is getting our firefighters / EMTs off of babysitting on a site and back to the station faster than what we are currently seeing. So I think first and foremost, it is a service upgrade for all of the residents of Seaside. I think the second thing is, and I know they've been very, they don't want to commit to anything on terms of the revenue side, but there will be revenue. I think time will tell what that looks like, what our return on investment is for the equipment, but I expect that to be there. I have overseen a fire department that did this transition, and I'm not saying I'm not going to commit to anything here, but for that other city of a similar size, it was the ambulance revenue brought in significantly more than the program cost. So it was a revenue source for the fire department that helped fund the positions we needed and the equipment that we needed and the training. And so I think that is a side benefit after the service level increase. I think the last thing I'd say is we're in a unique opportunity where we're not trying to start it from scratch. This is the ideal way to start the business, which is we can purchase the equipment and then use it as requested. So it has to be requested and we have to be available. So we're not committing to anything, stretching ourselves too thin. We're only responding when we have the staff ready and available. And I think that puts us in the best position to learn and grow. Maybe one day this turns into full-time ambulance service. Maybe Medics is able to overcome some of their staffing challenges and have better response times. Time will tell. I do think that from a business model standpoint, we are going to have a better ability to recruit staff because it is going to be a firefighter and EMT position rather than just an EMT. And I don't know if firefighters agree or not, but we have had good recruitment in the city, and I think it's a more desirable position to have. So I think we can overcome one of those obstacles that Medics currently sees. And so I'm really excited about this. And the reason we're bringing before the council, we've had several discussions about it. However, we're starting to see to be in a position where we can acquire some equipment. And in fact, the ambulance we're looking at, this other agency is holding it for us pending some direction that we receive from the council. So what we're looking for tonight is kind of a green light to move forward with the program, and then I'll continue to work with the fire department and with our finance director to ensure that we have the correct budget for what's needed. But I think that the cost will be minimal compared to the service improvement and future revenue potentials.
Okay. I'd like some comments from each counselor on this one. Steve?
My concern when I first started hearing about this subject was, well, if medics has been doing this for decades, and if they're having trouble getting staff, how are you guys going to do that? But from your presentation, by the way, thank you for the presentation, and thank you very much for your service to the city. From what I'm hearing, from what I understand, Seaside Fire and Rescue already has the staff in place. All we need to do is buy some equipment so that you can safely and legally transport people, and then that will increase the throughput on the number of calls, decrease the hold time, wait time on site, and allow you to get to other calls.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Thank you.
I think this is an excellent opportunity. I was at first worried about whether or not there'd be enough demand and whether you'd have issues of competition with the medics. But it sounds like it's going to find itself an equilibrium of some kind. And hearing from the city manager that other communities that he's been associated with have fared well in this transition, I'm rather positive about this, and I'm looking forward to it.
I like this idea also, and hats off to you guys for being way ahead of the curve as far as, I mean, this was you guys were talking about this way before the medics article in the paper, and you know, I had some firsthand experience last winter over here at Broadway School, where a person was having a medical emergency, and Seaside Fire with 3 people were there in about 3 minutes and stabilized the patient, and then it seemed like we sat a long time waiting just to get this ride to the hospital. Whereas, you know, it's sort of when you talk about service to residents, that's a major part of it. I know in some instances it's very critical how long it takes to get them up there. So I'm all for this. I don't know. I know some things are tracked, but I don't know if ever is tracked the time of the call to delivery at the hospital. I don't know if that ever happens, but I know that's going to greatly improve with this.
Yeah, as far as on our side, we only track what we do, so it's time of the call, arrival, and then when we've cleared, but that would get added to it.
Now, did I hear you mention there an event-required ambulance? Would you be involved in that if there is?
Well, what I was speaking to is that, you know, like volleyball, we are already doing the medical standby for them for volleyball, and
already
we're doing it. So same thing though. We're already down there. They have a medical event, and now we're waiting to transport them up there because medics doesn't usually have a dedicated ambulance for those events. But it's kind of that same thing. They're looking at their normal day to day. They're looking at their normal day to day. Volleyball is an added thing, not planned. So if we could have an ambulance there, they're, you know, again, they'll have to be worked out with their agreements. But they're at this point kind of like those special things. You guys could probably take that.
Okay, one more question. Mutual aid, how would that involve this service?
For fires or?
No, does mutual aid ever involve this service where you guys would get called out to another city?
Yes, that was part of it. We'll have a mutual aid agreement with them. It'll still, as far as I know, Chief could correct me if I'm wrong, but it'll still run kind of through the ambulance supervisor asking for our ambulance to respond. It wouldn't necessarily be a fire department asking for us.
Okay.
At this point.
Yeah. Thank you.
The presentation given and everything that I've heard, I don't see any downside to it. It's going to be great for our residents to be able to have better quality of service to get to the hospital.
So I really like this idea, but I have some questions. I want to make sure that we don't run into some unintended consequences. So one of the things you just said is that it would be upon request and availability. Request of whom?
So the way the letter of support was written is There are some time requirements. I think in the city of Seaside, it was 10 minutes or more, 15 minutes or more delayed. The ambulance is delayed to the call, then we can make that decision to transport. If medics knows they're going to be delayed, the on-duty supervisor, they have one for every day, they could call our dispatch and say, we're going to be delayed. We know it off the bat. This happens oftentimes in Washington County. They just automatically update Washington County Dispatch, and they'll just dispatch one of the fire department ambulances. There's several agencies up there doing the same thing. And so they make that call to send us.
So this will be invisible to the person at home who's got the medical emergency. They would be calling 911 for an ambulance, and it's not going to be any different for them at all. It's not like they're going to call and say, I want the Seaside ambulance.
No, Councilwoman. They'll call 911, and that part will run the same. They get our dispatch, who then transfers them to medics dispatch to finish the call, and then at some point, even if it was tonight, we're going to get dispatched as the fire department and the ambulance goes. At some point, based on either time delay or the supervisor at requesting it, then we would just send our ambulance to do it, but they wouldn't know the difference on their end.
Okay. So I know that Clatsop County has grants exclusive franchise agreement for ambulance service to medics and has an ambulance area service agreement and standards. And so I'm wondering where this all sits with Clatsop County, and should we do this, do they need to be rewriting their ambulance area agreement and expectations, and will they suddenly start putting standards on us, on Seaside, for how long it takes to respond and how long it takes to transport and that kind of thing?
As far as I know, the county emergency manager is on board with this. You are correct that they do have the exclusive right to transport in Clatsop County, and that's why we would have to go. That's why we're going to them, and kind of working with them as a collaborative effort.
And meaning medics?
To medics, yeah. We're not looking to take over. They would have to rewrite the ambulance service plan, but not necessarily the agreement. And as far as I know, it gets a little sticky because from what we've kind of looked at, Oregon law, again, Chief can correct me if I'm off, but Oregon law requires that each county has an ASA.
Yes.
But that is countywide, not necessarily. The cities of Gearhart, Seaside, Warrenton, Astoria, even Cannon Beach, they've always just kind of gone with it. But we actually are still, from what I understand, have exclusive rights within our own city to change that if we'd want to.
And that's an unintended consequence that I would not want to see happen.
Correct.
Is because they've got a map of Clatsop County.
Yeah.
And they say, you will be here within so many minutes. You will be here within so many minutes. And if you're going to Jewel, it's another so many minutes. And to suddenly see that that's imposed on Seaside Fire and Rescue is
I could see how that would be.
Careful about that.
And part of that I think is taken care of in the fact that we're saying we're going to provide coverage in Seaside when you guys can't do it. If you need help outside the area, you got to call us. So I don't see that they could impose those kind of restrictions on us when they're already asking us to go help them after they've not met their time to those areas.
And are we envisioning then, if medics is asking Seaside Fire to take care of a call, that Seaside Fire is going to be doing the billing, or medics is going to be doing the billing?
Talking to them, working out some numbers, we would do the billing ourselves. Currently, if we go on a med call, medics does actually resupply some of our EMS equipment in stock. We've already talked about that. Obviously, if we're running our ambulance without them there, that's on us. So billing would be on us as well. We've worked out, sounds like an agreement with their lifeguard program, though. If you pay that supplemental, they'll work with us on that side. So again,
I think my understanding is we would probably reach out to a third party billing company to handle all of that for us.
Yeah.
That's not something we'd try to do in-house. They
Yeah.
have expertise on collections
That would be
and billing.
very expensive to start that from scratch.
Oh yeah.
And I would guess with the population that we have in this area, we're going to have a high Medicaid population, a high Medicare population. So being able to get those extra dollars from the feds, I think would be something very good.
And again, I don't foresee that happening in the first couple of years, just because again, we're not in competition with medics. We're there to help them.
Exactly.
And then that GMT side does have a lot of extra hoops to jump through and costs to get going.
Feds.
Yeah, correct. It's the feds and the state. So
So has this gone before the area ambulance committee of Clatsop County or not?
I guess I'll answer this question. So what we did when we brought it up to the CEO, Tom Strecker, they have the agreement. So when we talk about response times and everything, we're working under their agreement. They're currently requesting that agreement to be opened. The county manager, assistant manager John Rail actually did a big master's on this. So he's talked to him about it. They're really looking at the addition of availability for, when we talk MCIs and stuff, we're just talking a car wreck on 26 that has 6 patients and they have 2 ambulances in the entire county. Us going to assist, those times and stuff aren't there. So this has all been talked to everybody, discussed with all the powers to be. We're not trying to slide under medics.
No, I
right.
didn't think so.
I think in the ASA, there's a couple ambulances in the county that are actually in there that really aren't used. Napa hasn't licensed ambulance, they don't really use it. Miss Birkenfield has a little part that's actually in Clatsop County, and they transport. So that's actually in there. It's just a very minor piece, but it's mentioned. And like Life Flight. So it's just an additional resource available if needed by medics and the big volume of influx of calls we have. So.
And I expect that if that is ratified or not, that we will come back for some formal agreements. So we're not just going to, I think, operate under a letter of intent from medics. We'll solidify that in some sort of agreement and get it everything nailed down. I think what we're looking for tonight is green light to start moving forward with the process, but there are some formalities that we need to do to get the program up and running.
So, and I don't think, these guys have done a great job. They've lined up everybody. It's just, we're at that stepping stone of we either do it and then we start working with DHS and all these, the third party vendor, Rick's got it dialed to the numbers. This would also, we're already going out on car wrecks on 26 to assist Hamlet. So we're going to bill the car insurance for those non-residents. So there's a lot of other avenues. It's just we're stuck on that plane of, does the city want us to do this?
Do we take the next step?
Can we take the next step? Because it's really a go and jump off the cliff and do it, or stay back and not. So.
Right. Thank you. Thank you.
Seth.
So thank you for that presentation. A lot of the questions that I had. Logistically, it makes a lot of sense. The way you guys have explained it, it gets folks to the hospital faster. Obviously, it's a great service to our residents, but I must admit this is far outside of my expertise and anything that we've ever dealt with as a city. So, my concerns are budgetary impacts, and I yield to Spencer on that. And then, of course, personnel. If you guys say you have the personnel and the training to handle it, then I trust your judgment on that.
Your presentation answered all my questions too. Third-party billing and whether we're equipped personnel-wise, which I already knew we were. The biggest concern I have is what Chief showed us earlier with that trend line just continuing to go up. We had a little leveling off during COVID, but now it's shot up again. I'm just really concerned about that, and I'm sure you guys are even more concerned. So I think this is a great idea. If it ends up bringing us money eventually, great. It's not necessarily the reason to start it, but it's one more tool in our toolbox, and particularly to help residents of Seaside, as well as help your volunteers and your staff not have to spend so much time just wasting time, basically. So with that, and keep in mind what we're saying here is we're, as Chief put it, you put it, we're ready to jump off the cliff. I don't know that we're jumping off a cliff, but we're making that step forward. Maybe getting a running leap at it or something. But to say, please proceed, and that's what the motion should entail.
I will move that we move forward with adding ambulance service to the Seaside Fire and Rescue Department.
Second.
Okay. Council President Basalski, Councilor Horning. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Have fun.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good luck.
It was proud.
Good presentation.
Okay. That is the end of the regular agenda, and we have been here over 2 hours now during our council meeting, so we'll ask everybody that wants to say something to keep it short and sweet. Staff. I see staff back there. Anybody have something they need to share? Everybody's shaking their head no. Okay. Staff up here.
I'll give one update. Our library director, Jennifer Redding, is starting on Saturday. So she'll be, she's in town, and she'll be here working Saturday and probably at our next council meeting. So excited to have her join the staff.
Great. Nothing for tonight.
Okay. Seth, let's start down here.
Thank you, Mayor. So you asked us to comment on League of Oregon Cities, and I did go to quite a few of the workshops, but the one that stood out the most was the one on workforce housing. We heard from developers out of one guy in Pacific City, and then a developer that does some stuff in Bayview and Tillamook, and then some people that work for different county agencies. And unfortunately, the summary was there is no easy answer to workforce housing. Costs have gone up, labor costs have gone up. Getting labor at the coast is very hard to do. And now we're dealing with interest rates that have gone up. So folks trying to even get construction loans are more expensive, lock in long-term financing. So there was a lot of small ideas and things we could do as a city, system development fees, zoning changes, property tax deferments, but there was really no silver bullet to get workforce housing at the quantity that we really need. So I guess that was my biggest takeaway from the meeting, is that there's a lot of potential solutions, but nothing that's going to really move the needle a lot. So we're just counting on developers and then us hopefully providing as many incentives as we can to make it happen.
Thank you.
One of the things I wanted to mention, this is May, and people are starting to think about 4th of July. And there is a group of people who, as we know from last year, there's been discussions in the past of from citizens who are opposed to fireworks on the 4th of July. And I just wanted to make everybody aware that this group is going to be meeting on Monday, May 15th, that's a week from tonight, at the Mary Blake Playhouse from 6 to 8 p.m. And they're inviting people to come and join them. They want to assess public opinion on banning of fireworks in Seaside. So that is happening next week. As far as the League of Oregon Cities conference, which happened last week, I think there are a lot of good takeaways from that. The different workshops, a lot being said on housing, and I found the workshop on social media to be very interesting. A lot of good thoughts from different people about how they handle social media in their city, either what's going out from the city or from the individual counselors, or how they deal what's coming in. One workshop that was lightly attended was probably because of the way it was titled, just roundtables. But it was really, there was some really good interchange of information on different topics. And to put that kind of a thing at the end of a conference, I think, sort of begs for poor attendance. But for me, making connections with other cities to learn how they handle things that we're handling and getting that exchange of ideas and seeing, oh, well, maybe they're doing something that we might want to consider trying here. And then having a place to go to ask about, how has that worked for you? What unintended consequences did maybe you run into? I found that to be very valuable. And so I've got a lot of lists of people I want to follow up with.
Randy.
I found a lot of informative things going on, but I would agree that there was no real solution to any particular problem dealing with housing, whether it be homeless or workforce. A lot of suggestions, but with interest rates going up and the things you mentioned, Seth, it's people figuring out just what they might do in their unique situation in their community. And we face different challenges, as you know. But I was encouraged to hear talk about mental health in the communities and maybe some help we would receive from the state dealing with those. As we know, homelessness does involve mental health, and it'd be nice to be able to separate out that and get help for that contingent and then start working on other issues. So I'm not gonna go over all my notes that I have here because we're so late. But for those who don't know, razor clamming is open. It's very important. And airport meeting. The next one is on the 23rd of this month at the airport, 6 o'clock.
I found the LOC to be very informative with regard to the ad hominem attacks that have been occurring in the media against various cities and people, their employees in the state. We talked about the various ways people can misrepresent information and poison the public process. And the difficult thing was trying to find good comprehensive solutions that are known to work. The bottom line, as near as I could tell, was be straightforward, be brief, and be honest, and be factual. And let what you've said stew out there, because it's what feeds the people who attack. We're all doing this to do our best for the community, and I think everybody at the meeting was doing their darndest to help make government more efficient and user-friendly. And I would echo what Tita said. We were in several of the talks together. It was a good group.
Thank you. Steve?
Last week, the Community Center Commission met briefly and mostly just reviewed the last couple of events. One was last night, the Ship and Savor final voyage down at the Convention Center. That was their fundraiser. And then last month, they had the egg hunt with 6,000 eggs. Over 1,100 people showed up. It was a very successful event. 2 comments about the League of Oregon Cities conference last week. A lot of good people from around the state, and the part I enjoyed the most was the chance to network with other people from around different cities that are doing all the same stuff we're doing. They're facing the same issues, and to find out where we're ahead on some of these solutions or where we can learn from other people that are doing other things. And I'm in conversation with staff from other cities on some of the things that we're working with right here. The second is we were the host city. Our convention center is where people from all over the state came. I've been to many conventions and trade shows over the years around the country, and the service delivery that our convention center provided was very professional, and the execution was flawless. And I'd like to call out our convention center staff for making us look so good. Thank you.
I would. Nope, it's your turn.
Just a reminder, I'll be in DC next week, meeting with, on vacation, but at the same time, I'll be meeting with staff from Representative Bonamici, Senators Wyden and Merkley's office to take our plight and need for additional funding to help with bridges and emergency preparedness. And then I will also be there actually during Peace Officers Memorial Day, so I'm excited to see some of the activities related to that on next Monday.
Good. I was going to echo what Steve said about showing off our convention center. People just came up to me like I had much to do with it. I really didn't. Just saying how beautiful everything was, and thanking me for getting the great weather we had last week. Yeah, I didn't have anything to do with that either, but it did. So Brian, I know you'll pass on the kudos to all your staff. I just heard it everywhere. It said, "We've got to come back here. We've got to come back here. This is great." I highly encouraged everybody to. Maybe the vendors there didn't appreciate this, but encourage people to just go for a walk with somebody they didn't know. And because here you can walk to the beach in 3 minutes from the convention center and walk on the prom or walk downtown. And a lot of people did that, and they told me how nice it was not to be way out in the middle of somewhere, but right in downtown Seaside. One thing, and then I did have a great time networking with other mayors and finding ones that were brand new like me, as well as ones that had done it for a long time. And, it's just really easy to sit down and talk with them. And we have many of the same issues and can commiserate with that. One thing we did that we have been trying to do for a while is we came up with a land acknowledgement statement, and I like to read that. We want to acknowledge that we're in the homeland of the Clatsop people. We want to honor them, past and present, in their stewardship of the land since time immemorial. I would like to encourage all of us to learn more about the land and First People of the cities and communities that we represent here today. Beyond that, we have a budget meeting. Remember that, 3 p.m. on Wednesday. Make sure that's on your calendar. There is a water resources strategy conversation. It's one of 7 statewide on Thursday, 6 to 8 p.m. at the Chisholm. Food and childcare are provided. And to close off the public part of our meeting, honoring both our police and public works in particular, but also everybody else that's in public service, including all of you, paid and unpaid. This is attributed to Gandhi. The best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in service of others. So now we will recess into 2 executive sessions in accordance, one with ORS 192.66020 regarding consideration of information or records that are exempt from disclosure by law, including written advice from attorney, and the other in accordance with ORS 192.660.2C regarding deliberations with persons designated to negotiate real property transactions.
That's E, not C.
Okay, I should have put my glasses on. Yeah, it is. Okay, and you all don't have to stick around. I promise we'll come back eventually, but you don't have to wait for it. So we're recessed. Oh, okay. The council has returned from executive session, and now the meeting is adjourned. Echo, echo.